Well, welcome to welcome to day two of the 2023 New South Wales Open and Under 23 Championships. A wet and a windy one to kick things off this year last night. Had plenty of headwinds for the 100-metre heats, but still some very fast times. In particular, Monique Quirk went in as the quickest qualifier along with Bronte Carroll of Mingara. Also some really good running from the interstaters, including Tamara Houghton from Queensland. All the big guns for the ladies through. We also saw a really good run from Carl Curry-Ewings as the fastest qualifier for the men. And again, all the big names through to the semi-finals, which are going to be kicking off at just after 7 o'clock tonight. Matt, we saw some fantastic 1500s as well, in particular the men's heats.
Yeah, we did. It was a fantastic night last night. The men's 1500, the highlight for mine running through those heats. The three Randwick boys drew the same heat and had to work together in that third heat to make sure they were going quickly enough to make it through to the final, and they were able to do that. So Drew Fryer, Stefan Music and Bailey Habler, fresh off the World Cross Country appearance in Bathurst. They're three to look for from Jeremy Roff's group from Randwick, but you've also got Joe Burgess of Sydney University, Ethan White-Smith of Bankstown, hailing from Canberra. So really good depth in that men's 1500. We mentioned in the call yesterday there were 25 guys on the start list who had seed times under 4 minutes. So while you don't have a really big name standout star here, someone like an Ollie, what you do have is a really deep and really competitive field, and I think that'll be the race of the night as far as depth and competitiveness and not being able to pick a winner before we go in.
Absolutely. The women's heats also went to a straight final, so that's going to be just before the men's race, kicking off at 8:18 for the ladies and 8:26 p.m. for the gents. Sarah Carley was also particularly impressive as the quickest qualifier in the women's 400-metre flat, with Terry Fragiadakis of Illawong the quickest qualifier for the men. Those races are going to be coming up just before 8 o'clock. And we already talked through the hundreds. We've also got the 800 heats as well, the 800 finals. We're going to be running tomorrow, but again, some real depth there for the middle distance in New South Wales. Georgia Wassell's going to be lining up for the women's 800. She's run herself into some really good form. A video of Perrett Raver boys is going to be an absolute cracker.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to that. The men's 800-metre final has probably been the race of these championships for the last 2 or 3 years now. Ben Liddy's group in particular has just set 800-metre running on fire in New South Wales the last few years. The hundreds, a lot to look forward to there as well. And as you mentioned, Sarah Carley was so good in the heat yesterday. She probably goes in favourite for the women's 400-metre final. And again, another event where we have so much depth. You look at Jess Thornton, who just scraped into the final by 0.02 of a second over Ali Bard of Bankstown, despite being multiple-time Olympic representative over the relays individually that distance. So really good depth in the women's 400. The hundreds are going to be good to look forward to. We've talked about the 15s and the 8s. The middle distance in particular at these championships is really strong, and looking forward to the hundreds. But it's going to be a super Saturday here at SOPAC, isn't it?
It certainly is. Just looking through some of the field as well. Cam McIntyre, 81-metre thrower in the javelin. Can't wait to see the Oregon World Champs and Birmingham Com Games representative throwing big. We can see the 70-metre marker behind us. He's going to go beyond that, hopefully, today. We also have the men's triple jump. The women's high jump, always a highlight of these championships as well. Emily Whelan will headline that field, fresh off a PB from the Maury Plant meet in Melbourne. We also have the men's shot and the men's high jump as well, as plenty of para-ambulant track events. We saw them go off to a really good start yesterday as well. Big night, big Saturday here of day two of the championships. We look forward to bringing you all the action now. That preview from Matt and I. It's a big day two coming up here. It's a super Saturday indeed, and a lot of the big finals, the 4 hurdles, 4 flat, 1500, 100 para, and 100 able bowed to end the evening session of day 2. It's a big program. We saw a lot of what's to come last night in terms of the heats, and it's a fabulous race coming up in all those finals. We also have the 5K race walk not too far away, and some good fields there. There's actually 6 men in the 5K and 14 in the women's, so some pretty big fields there for the ladies 5K. And we also have the heats of the men's and women's 800, which, as we talked about, is always a couple of the races of the championships over the 2-lap distance. New South Wales distance running and middle distance running in particular are so strong at the moment. We're really looking forward to covering those. But first up on the track, the ladies wheeling out. This will be the women's 100-metre para-ambulant wheelchair race and also the frame running race. So we'll just go through the lists here. Kim Neuenkirchen of Cherrybrook, she is the sole athlete in the women's 100-metre frame run. And then in the wheelchair para-seated event, we have Amy Fisher, independent athlete in lane number 4. Rosemary Little, who we saw in the seated throws yesterday, she goes in 5. And also in the seated throw yesterday, we saw Sarah Jane Trevner Clifton Bly. She goes in 6. And then we saw these gents in the 1,500 metres. Going down to the 100 here, Ethan Moose, T54 athlete from Hills Districts, and Cormac Ryan of Bankstown. He goes in 9, the T54 athlete as well. So 3 different races over the 100 metres here. The women's frame running, the women's para-wheelchair, and the men's para-wheelchair event. Not too far away from a start here.
Welcome to day 2 of competition here for 2023 New South Wales Open Under 23 Para Championships. First event on the track is the women's and men's para wheelchair and frame running championship. Competing in the women's frame running event in lane 2, representing Cherrybrook, winner last year, Kim Neuenkirchen. Competing in the women's para wheelchair seated 100 metres. In lane 4, Amy Fisher. In lane 5, representing Hills, Rosemary Little. In lane 6, representing Sydney University, Sarah Jane Clifton Bly. And in the men's, the 100-metre para wheelchair in lane 8, representing Hills, Ethan Moose. In lane 9, representing Bankstown Sports, Cormac Ryan.
So away they go. 3 races in 1 here. And we got Ethan Moose and Cormac Ryan off to a flight. Amy Fisher going right with the gents at the moment. She's not too far behind. But now Cormac Ryan gets into his pushing. He's going to cross the line first with Ethan Moose just behind him. And Amy Fisher just behind Moose. Good pushing there from those 3 athletes. And Kim Neuenkirchen in the frame running just in front of Sarah Jane Trevner Clifton Bly and Rosemary Little. Of course, plenty of sorting out to do for the medals there, with plenty of different races and classifications, of course, all in the same race. But there was the line honours win to Cormac Ryan of Bankstown. He was impressive in taking out the 1,500 metres yesterday. And with the same classification as Ethan Moose and the 1 age group, he should be doing the double there. So well done to the Bankstown athlete. And great push there from Amy Fisher as well, independent athlete. The T54 athlete in the women's 100-metre wheelchair event. Doing well there. So they will make their way off the track. As we have a look at the replay, you can see how quickly Amy Fisher got off to a fly there. The Newcastle-based athlete. Great to see her out at the championships, one of the elite female wheelchair athletes in New South Wales, of course, representing Western Australia, but based out of Sydney Olympic Park, Madison de Rosario. A hallmark of women's wheelchair racing at the moment, and Amy is right up there as well. So let's see Kim Neuenkirchen too in the frame running. And some of the para para-ambulant javelin going on here as well. Just at the northern scoreboard end of the ground. One of the Hills athletes just throwing there. And like we mentioned yesterday, we'll try and pick up as much of the field as we possibly can in between the track events. It's a nice shot there, one of the UTS North's athletes. We might just have a quick look at that field. So in the men's ambulant javelin, we have Bradley Bloom there, the F20 athlete. He's from Hills Districts. We just saw him throw then. And in the women's para-ambulant javelin event, that was Isla Gillespie of UTS North throwing there. We also have Annabelle Rogers, F20 athlete, and Sarah Keeley, the F20 athlete. Keeley from Cherrybrook, Rogers from Gosford All-Stars, and Isla Gillespie, the F35 athlete from UTS North. So they've just kicked off their competition. Well, actually, it might be still just some warm-up throws there. That's due to get off in 5 minutes, actually. So, yeah, just some last-minute warm-ups there for the girls. And Bradley as well, who is the sole competitor for Hills Districts in the men's para-ambulance. So 4 athletes down there. We saw plenty of great throwing action from the seated events. Julie Charlton, Commonwealth Games representative, was in the seated throws yesterday, as well as Sarah Jane Trevor, Clifton Bly. And now we've got the para-javelin with Annabelle Rogers. Still some warm-up attempts there. Just getting her bearings right. No one just falling out the sector, but obviously won't count. Still in warm-ups there. So just getting set up for the next race on the track. That will be at 4:30. So again, just in 4 minutes' time, the women's 400-metre para-ambulant event will be up, and then the men will be going after them. Then we're on to the race walks, the women's 5k race walk at 4:45 and the men's 5k race walk at 5:20. Then we get into the 800-metre heats and then plenty of finals after that on the track.
Tony, can you hear me? Thank you.
So the para-ambulant javelin throwers just being introduced to the crowd. Annabelle Rogers, Sarah Keeley, Isla Gillespie in the women's event, and Bradley Bloom in the men's event. So just getting set up now to start that para-ambulant javelin competition. You can see a couple of our photographers down there, Ryan Jones and David Tarbotton, as always, behind the lens. And Fred Edder, who is a regular at these championships and basically every other championships we do, he has had his photos uploaded to the Athletics New South Wales Facebook page. And I've almost finished putting up Craig's photos right about now. So all the photos from day one can be found on our Athletics New South Wales Facebook page. And please make sure that you check them out, and of course credit our photographers where applicable. They do a fantastic job, and once again out here for all 3 days of the New South Wales Open and Under 23 champs. So next on the track, the athletes are just getting sorted for the 400 metre para-ambulant event. And this will be the women's race. It looks like they've actually just combined Zane Newton, who goes on the inside in the men's race. He will go out of 2 for Hills Districts. And now there are 7 girls on the start line there. So Steph Schweitzer of Hills Districts, she goes in 3. Charlize Colwell of Athletics Wollongong in 4. Jessica Filicamo of Hills Districts in 5. Talaya Blacksmith of Sutherland in 6. Layla Sharp of Run Crew in 7. Amelia Parnell of Coffs Harbour in 8. And Amelia Mazzi of Armidale in 9. So girls just doing the last of their run-throughs there. Zane looks like he's ready to get going, so we won't be far away from the start of this para-ambulant 400 metre race. So away we go. So Zane Newton there from Hills Districts off to a good start. So is Stephanie Schweitzer there of Hills Districts. So again, lots of different classifications in this race. But good to see how this race unfolds. There's Mazzi of Armidale on the outside and Talaya Blacksmith of Sutherland. I mentioned that Talaya is going to the Virtuous Games later on this year. A fantastic achievement for the Sutherland athlete, and she looks like she's leading this one through the 250 metres. Also going pretty well is Amelia Parnell, Layla Sharp there of Run Crew. And she's in lane 7. And Steph Schweitzer try and match it with Sharp and Mazzi at the moment. But here we are with 70 metres to go, and Blacksmith is having a really nice run here. She's just in front of Zane Newton in the men's race. And coming down to the line, just ticking over the minute there. Nice run, 102.13 unofficially for Talaia Blacksmith. Zane Newton, the sole male athlete in the race, crossing just behind her, and Steph Schweitzer was second across the line there in the women. A couple of seconds behind Talaia Blacksmith. But there's plenty of admiration between those para-athletes. As a couple of the other athletes, this is Jessica Filicomo just crossing the line there, and Amelia Parnell of Coffs Harbour crossing as well. So all athletes have now finished their race. Great work to all of the para-athletes. Here's Talaia Blacksmith. Very strong run in the back half of that race. Really pulled away to take line honours, and all of those results will go into the MDS tables to make sure we get the right athletes with the right medals as a percentage of their time. So good stuff there in the 400, and we're going on to the race walk now. So back to the para-ambulant javelin we go. This is Annabelle Rogers of Gosford All-Stars on the runway. And got a few distance markers out there which will help us out. That looks like it's getting towards the 20 metre mark there for Rogers. And for those following along for the track events, we're 8 minutes away from the first of the 5K race walks. That'll be the women with 13 starters in that event. Sarah Keeley, it looks like, from Cherrybrook, up on the runway next. And the para-ambulant javelin. Cherrybrook has quite a number of para-athletes, actually. Kim Nyonkirken coming out of that club as well. We saw her in the 100-metre frame run earlier on. There's Keeley. Just over the 10-metre mark, I think, for her. And then Bradley Bloom. Again, the sole male athlete over there. Isla Gillespie now for UCS North will be up next. So Rogers now back on the runway for Gosford. And just our sector there. Rob Blackadder just making sure he's getting out of the way safely. That will be a red for Rogers. Keeley of Cherrybrook can just pass that 10-metre mark for her. Isla Gillespie here of UTS North. That's a good throw by Isla. That's getting up towards the 15-metre mark. As I welcome back in the commentary, Matt Whitbread.
Thank you, Matt. Just been out trying to get a couple of additional angles for our viewers this evening. If they hold up, we should have some dedicated cameras on the high jump and the 100-metre start, so we'll get some good angles.
Must be said the weather is looking a lot better than it was yesterday, isn't it? Barely any wind to speak of at the moment, and nothing but sunshine going into this evening, which is boding really well for particularly the sprinters who battled some pretty strong headwinds, getting up to about -3 metres per second for some of those men's heats. So I'm sure the sprinters will be very happy to see today's forecast.
Yeah, we talked about it in the call yesterday that the forecast looked a bit better as far as the wind direction goes. Haven't checked it today, but it was looking like it was going to be a bit more of a crosswind, and to the extent it went one way or the other, a slight tail. So we'll get an idea pretty soon.
That's a nice throw there by Rogers, on target this time within the sector. That's getting out beyond that 20-metre mark.
Just having a look now easterly. Okay, so yeah, pretty much crosswind at the moment. 20-kilometre-an-hour gust, but not very much wind around. About 25 degrees, so still warm. And as is always the case here at SOPAC, it's not until the early evening that the shade cover really gets across the track. So you've got about half the 100-metre straight now in the shade, and by the time we get underway with the 1500s later in the night, the 800 heats, it should be a bit cooler, but also more of the track in the shade. So looking at the forecast, 24 at 7 o'clock, 22 at 8 o'clock, 21. Still at risk of some rain, but not a high risk. Still a busy day at SOPAC. If you're coming out here, make sure you leave plenty of time because there's a few things going on here in the precinct.
Yeah, Harry Styles is back at it again. For those in the venue, we've heard probably half the concert last night. This is Gillespie back in the javelin throw. That's pretty good there from Isla. Just falling between those 10-15 metre marks. Maybe not quite as good as her last attempt, but pretty consistent there. Bloom of Hills now back on the runway. As just our picture at the moment, you've got the race walkers just affixing their hip numbers at the moment. The 5K race walk starts at the 200 metre mark on the track. So I can see the penalty box set up as well there, Matt, and not knowing...
Yeah, I'm going to have to brush up on my race walking rules.
I'm
perfectly frank.
I'm pretty sure penalty box is based on a number of reds that you get, and we've got the DQ board over there as well. So one of the officials will be noting how many red cards each of the athletes gets, and we'll have someone on a bicycle collecting those red cards. The only reason why I know that is because I used to ride the bike before I escaped to the live stream room. Far more competent people doing it than me now. So those red cards are collected and then noted on the board by that official, and then as the walkers are coming around the track, they can actually see how many reds they've got. So that's actually a really good feature that you don't often see, particularly at interclub level, where it's sort of a bit of a surprise as to how many reds you get once you told by the chief walks judge after the race, which is very often either Kirsten Crocker or Heather Mitchell. But so that penalty box, I'm pretty sure you get 3 reds. I think you go in the box, and the 4th red you're out. But I'm sure I'll be corrected by someone on the stream who's an adamant walks supporter.
Yeah, we'll get Heather Mitchell or somebody up here to.
It would be good, actually. Yeah,
teach us a bit about it. We can't be masters of all the trades up here, unfortunately. You got a question about middle distance running? Where you men? Maybe some track rules, but
Like to think I'm getting okay at the sprints now, going to all the high velocity meets as well.
yeah, I've hung out at enough pubs with enough starters to learn some rules about starting sprint races. I am, of course, a level 1 track qualified official, James. Done in an afternoon of panic ahead of a milers.
Yes, as all good level 1s usually come about.
Well, we're trying to do something about that at the moment, aren't
Exactly,
we? So
that's right. Actually, I probably won't get into it, but there are a couple of changes, I think, at the World Athletics level with some of the qualifications as well. I think we covered that in the announcement a couple of weeks ago, but you're absolutely right, Matt. There's plenty of paid opportunities now in officiating in athletics, which is really exciting for Athletics New South Wales. We have the New South Wales Juniors and the Opens. There's a reimbursement for all the officials at these events, and of course the school carnival season. For anyone who is interested in officiating, please do get in contact with us. We provide, as Bloom, just a flat there for him, for Hills District. We provide officials pretty much 6 months of the year, all the school carnivals, right from the smallest schools running their meets out at the Crest or S Marks, right up to the GPS, CAS and CHS championships, some of the biggest athletics meets in Australia. Actually, GPS was something else last year.
It's a wild event here at SOPAC, the GPS.
The Clutch guys did a great job covering that, and that was a pleasure to be a part of the team for that one. Up to 8,000, 9,000 boys, covering 3/4 of the venue in full capacity, which was pretty cool. So I don't imagine we're too far away now from the start of the race walk. We're actually a couple minutes behind now, unless they've combined the men and the women, which don't think so.
I don't think they'll have done that at championship level, but
there's only 4 men in the 5K walk and 13 women. So if they're allowed to do it, I'm sure they will. But I think you're right, Matt. There probably will be the 2 different genders and 2 different races.
I don't think they'll do it at a championship level. There's some qualification opportunities here, not only for nationals but also international events. This obviously the New South Wales Championships at the top World Athletics permit level.
So some of these athletes have been part of the Supernova Walk series that Athletics Australia has been running recently. I think they've been based down at Canberra again this year, part of the World Athletics Race Walking Series, actually. So pretty prestigious event to be a part of. And the 20-kilometre race walk championships down at Faulkner Park, I think, in Melbourne. That's where they usually hold it. Pretty sure it was there. Jemima Montag and Declan Tingay, the 2 outstanding race walkers, they took out the national championships there. But athletes like...
They do some of the road stuff in Adelaide as well, don't they?
Yeah, I might actually make sure I get that one right. But I know Elizabeth McMillan, who comes in as one of the fastest seeds here, she's had an outstanding last couple of years. Alana Pitcher, part of that Pitcher clan. Sienna, her younger sister, also a fantastic walker, and actually in the field as well. So both the Pitcher sisters will be in this one. And also Hannah Myson of Mingara. So the wonderful season so far. So it's great to see also the Clutch team live streaming those Supernova race walking events. It's really taken off in the last couple of seasons. So well done to our New South Wales contingent, putting race walking further on the athletics map.
Just looking around at some of the other events warming up. There's some warm-up starting to happen at the high jump.
So that's the men's triple as well, just warming up. There's Murphy, I think that might be Dakota, I think. So a few Murphy boys out there. Connor Murphy, I think, is down there jumping as well. He's had a great start to his season representing Sydney University over there. Yes, I can see him just at the top of the runway.
Just having a change over at the javelin as well, so we'll take in the walk.
On the far side of the track, we're lined up now for the Women's Open 5,000 metre Race Walk Championship of New South Wales. 12 competitors when we introduce the field. Let's take it underway.
So just getting There's our start list. So this will be the women's event. And off they go. So we'll just run through this start list quickly. Sienna Pitcher and Hannah Bolton, both of Mingara, big walking club Mingara. Sydney University's Emma Blanche wears hip number 3 inside Zoe Woods of Wests. Chelsea Aldrich of the Hills District, Kiara Casillas of Westfields. Alana Hickson next on the list for West, Elizabeth McMillan of Manly Warringah. Then comes the Sydney University pair of Alana Pitcher and Hannah Parker. And Mingara's Hannah Mission is 11 on the list. Bridget Bell of West and Ella Munro of the Hills District round out a full field of 13 in this women's 5,000 metre walk. Not a great deal of opportunities in the walks over the course of the season, so not unusual to see the big fields here at the championships. So we just lost a camera there, but it's okay.
So McMillan is off to a good start here for Manly Warringah. She has been a standout performer, 22.41 walker, which is just over 4:30 pace, Matt, which, well, I think both of us would be struggling to run on a consistent basis. That's how quick she's walking.
I did a session before I came down here, 4x1k, and they were in about 4:20s, and I did not have a lot left afterwards. So, yeah, it's a source of great depression for me, is the times that race walkers typically do for the 5k, the 10k.
Getting down towards 4 flat for the top guys in Australia, aren't they? Or sub 4 definitely over this distance, but even for the 20k.
The Jared Tallents of the world are just beyond belief, aren't they? Jemima as well.
So just looking at the two behind her, it's Hannah Myson and Alana Pitcher from Mingara and Sydney University. Then comes Zoe Woods.
Can't see a bike.
Essex West. No bike at the moment. You won't see it probably for a couple of laps. Okay. Usually that comes out a little bit later. Oh, there it is, Matt. Yeah. Eagle Eye Tom picks out the bike, so that will be travelling around to pick up the red cards shortly, and hopefully not 100% of what I said before was incorrect, and that's exactly what's happening. So, there's two ways in which you can be cautioned with the yellow paddle, either bent knees upon contact with the ground or no contact with both feet at one time, according to the naked eye. They are the cautions that can be given. You must be, I'm pretty sure in 99.9% of cases you're given the caution before you're given the red, and each walks judge can only give one red card to each athlete.
Maybe the most famous red card in the history of race walking is only a couple of 100 metres away.
Let's not get into it. It's still PTSD 23 years later.
It was heartbreaking, wasn't it?
So Liz is off to a great start here. She's 800 metres into her walk. She's going to be coming down for the 1K split here. So 3:30 ticking over. This is a very good start indeed. So we mentioned 4:30 pace. That gives you a 22:30. She comes in with a 22:41. So this is going to be way under or seed time pace, assuming that's her personal best. I'll quickly double check that. But this is a quick start from Elizabeth McMillan.
Yeah, so coming through the 1K now, we'll just pick up this split.
Wow, that's flying. Just over 4 minutes this is going to be.
It was certainly quicker than my 1K splits this morning. So 4:05 through 1,000 metres for McMillan. We'll see if she's able to hold that pace. So about 98 second laps, that is. And we'll track how she's going.
So her PB is actually 21:43, and that was at juniors last week. So she's only 18 years old, is McMillan, and she's going very, very well for an 18-year-old. That is moving really nicely. Myson, just behind her, is turning 22 this year. and McMillan's turning 19. So McMillan's actually still an under-20 athlete, and those are some really impressive times. 14:18 she's walked for the 3K. That was a few years ago. That will need some updating. The 5K race walk, 21:43, 10,000 metres, 47:27, 10K outdoors, 48:13. And that 10,000 metres actually came from one of those Supernova race walk meets on the 6th of January at the AIS track in Canberra. So she featured in that Supernova program. There's Hannah Myson sitting second at the moment. Alana Pitcher of Sydney University outright third. And there's some pretty sizable gaps now for those medal positions. Then comes Zoe Woods. And just up behind her is going to be Emma Blanche, I think. Correct, of Sydney University.
Got Hannah Bolton of Mingara coming into shot as well. And her clubmate, Sienna Pitcher, in behind. And Hannah Parker of Sydney University sits next in the walk.
Bridget Bell and, let's say, Ciara Casillas of Westfields Athletics. And working together. Not many athletes are actually working together, but it looks like those two are the only ones who are within pretty close proximity. The rest of the field very strung out indeed. And here's our leader again, Elizabeth McMillan of Manly Warringah. So was it 4:05 through the first K? She is. So 21:43 is her PB. That was set last week.
If she keeps it up at 4:05 pace, she'll be a mile under that.
I'll just have a quick look at some of the state records here. So she's still in the under-20s.
So outright state record 20:03, Kerry Jonas Saxby.
Correct, 21:34 actually. So she was just outside that. That's Natalie Saville, so Jane's sister, who also went to definitely Commonwealth Games. I think she went to the Olympics as well. I'll have to fact check that one. But Natalie Saville, 21:34.23, set in 1997.
And sorry, we know that McMillan is still going to be an under-20 for the year.
Yeah, correct. So she's showing 19 this year. So 21:43. She was only 9 seconds away on the weekend, which is it's absolutely within touching distance, isn't it? 9 seconds over 5K is only 2 seconds a K, and she's there. So that time might very well be on her mind. This will be the 2K split here, I believe. So just going through that now, and that's 8:22, 8:23. So slightly slower there, wasn't it? 4:17, 4:18. So just dropped back a little bit after a very quick start, but certainly still within reach at the moment here.
Yeah, so 4:05, 4:18. 21:34. So yeah, she won't have a great deal of scope to. She'll need to hold about that 4:18, 4:15 sort of pace to be in with a shot of that record.
She went off really quick, didn't she? 4:05. So that's 20.
She's effectively
20:35.
bang on pace right now.
Pace, yeah.
If she can hold it. So
yeah.
So just for those looking for the field, we've just had the long jump. Triple jump, I think, isn't it? Yeah, introduced to the crowd. So that competition's about to get underway. And I just saw Jai Perrott, Jimmy. He doesn't look to me like a man that's running tonight.
I think he might have, possibly be on the entry list, but not jumping, as we've just got the women's high jump field. It's just being introduced as well. So 7 ladies over there. We might actually just have a quick look at some of these field event start lists.
Yep.
Also representing Sydney University, Brook East. Representing Cherrybrook, Elizabeth Staples.
As Matt's going to
Representing Bankstown Sports.
make a couple of camera adjustments, I will. There is the high jump field there. So Isabel, Louise, and Rowe, as we've got a bit of inception there with with the cameras. Might try and get that start list back up for the high jump. Yeah, so 8 athletes in that women's high jump. Emily Whelan, the top seed here with a 187 metre PB. And she set that in the Maury Plant meet. There's 6 laps to go now for McMillan, so a 3K split will be the next lap. Yeah, so she comes in as the top seed. Then Alexandra Harrison and Isabel Louise and Rowe, both 182 jumpers. Louise and Rowe jumped that at the New South Wales Juniors last weekend, and Alex Harrison, the 19-year-old out of Sydney University, also a 182 jumper. And those 3 athletes will all be jumping at the Sydney Track Classic alongside Nicola Olaslagers, which will be a fantastic competition next weekend. Next Saturday evening, and we actually have just released our women's high jump preview. This morning I had the pleasure of writing that up and talking to Nicola, Isabel, and also Erin Shaw, who's going to be part of that competition. And Erin's been jumping fabulously over in Europe, a couple of 190 metre PBs for her, as McMillan's just passing some of the lapped athletes here. That's Bridget Bell and Sarah Cara Casillas of Westfields Athletics. Emily Malakovsky of Bankstown's also in that women's high jump field here today. Elizabeth Staples of Cherrybrook, Laura Perrich of Camden, Ella Costa of Sydney University, and Brook East of Sydney University. So that's the women's high jump field. Bar's going to be starting at 140, so it's probably going to be a little bit of time before the likes of Whelan, Harrison, and Louise and Rowe enter the competition. We'll keep an eye on how that unfolds. As McMillan's just coming up to 3K split here, so she's gone 4:05 and 4:18 for an 8:23, and this is going to be 12:48 as she goes through the mark. So that's a 4:25. So just slipping a little bit back there again. Here's McMillan, all by herself out in front of this field, and just looking back to second at the moment is still Hannah Myson of Mingara, and she's just about to come through the finish line now. So the gap's probably about 140 metres or so, as Myson takes the 3K split in 13:26, and Alana Pitcher is coming through in about 13:36 here. So about a 10-second gap between Myson and Pitcher for the silver and bronze medals.
Some athletics royalty in the house. I just saw Mel Gainsford Taylor outside. Here to watch the hundreds, no doubt. We've returned with some field start lists, so hopefully we can speak intelligibly about that.
Excellent. We just went through the women's high jump field, Matt. We could probably, do you want to take us through the men's triple?
Yeah, let's have a look at this, because that's what we've got in the corner of screen now. So the men's triple field here, Cameron Pappas will be first on the runway for Trinity. Ryan Marshall for Manly Warringah, and then another Trinity pair of William Moyer and Indiana Murphy. Then comes the Sydney University trio of Connor Murphy, King Yu Lung, and Jackie Fan. From West we have Vinay Caramel, Joel Davison of Cherrybrook, Liam Angus Apostolos, from Balmain, and Finn Murphy of UTS North. So who's that on screen? We're just at the far end with that camera I can look out the window though, can't I? Sydney University. I can't see his bib though. Short name, Sydney Uni.
Jackie Fan, I reckon that is.
Jackie Fan, yeah. So we'll be 7 jumps into the first round.
Just look at the wind gauge there, plus 0.3. So
as well.
Yeah, that's not much wind at all, is it? But
at least it's going in the right direction.
Yeah, it is. I can just see actually on the there's a little bit of tape on red tape on the distance markers there, and that's around about. Well, I got bang on last night, didn't I, with the women's discus, the national qualifier. So I want to say that's 14.50 for the gents at national qualification mark. Let's see if I can get 2 and 2 here. Miracles do happen.
So this is next on the runway at the triple jump. Good on the board, and we will get a white flag. So this is the Balmain athlete.
Do you want me to have a go at that?
Anagostopoulos.
That's pretty good.
Anagnostopoulos,
yep.
I reckon. Got to be Greg. Got to be Greg. Agnostopoulos I'm going with.
Youngest in the field.
Apologies for the butchering that no doubt has occurred there. But young Leon, we'll go with Leon. That's easier, isn't it?
I think so. 15 years old is Leon.
1379 seed mark, so
yeah,
that's right actually up there in this competition. Plenty of 14s on the list, and the one standout being Connor Murphy, of course, with 1628 seed time. That's a great angle on the triple.
14.50 is that national qualifier, and that's actually for the under 23s and the Opens, so the same qualification criteria for both age group championships happening here this weekend.
So this will be Finn Murphy on the runway of UTS.
So this is also coming up to the 4K markers. We've got New South Wales record watch for Elizabeth McMillan. So a 4:05, 4:18 and a 4:25 for a 12:48 3K split. And she's coming up here to 4K. And it's a 17:17, so that's a 4:29 I make that. So what's you going to have to close in here, Matt?
Which have
17:17 for a 4:29. I've got that at, but
yep,
she's going to have to close in.
What do we have? 21:34.
4:17. Yeah. So it's doable. She's faded a little bit, but it's doable, and she'll try and pick it up here last couple of laps.
Yeah, she'd have to close quickly, obviously, but not beyond the realm.
You can see the arms are really working now. She's really trying to get some power through that upper body. The legs will no doubt be tired now after 4.2k at this sort of pace.
So you're getting some results at the triple jump as well, the board being updated.
13:27.
Yep.
So Ryan Marshall of Manly Warringah, one of the top seeds, he will be up next on the runway.
So that would have been 13:27 for Cameron Pappas of Trinity. Come in with a seed time of 14:28. Thank you. So 14:06.
Oh, sorry.
Just a Trinity athlete. So Ryan Marshall.
Yep. Ooh, that's some good. Oh no, pulled out actually. I was going to say some good speed into the board there.
Yeah, it'll be measured. Got the white flag, so it'll be measured, but clearly not happy.
So some of these boys as well going off the 13 metre board, which is worth mentioning because that's the longest board you can go off. You don't often see the 13 metre board, or at least at Interclub, being used, but these are the best triple jumpers in New South Wales going at it.
So coming into the straight, this will be the second last time for McMillan, and we'll get a good indicator here of what she'll have to close in. Remember, she's going at about 100-second a lap pace. So what's that? So that's 90 seconds now, so it's going to be outside. Unless she's able to close in something, would have to do, walk an 82 or something from that point. So likely to be outside that state record. But well within touching distance, well within touching distance heading into nationals. And she'll get another opportunity there.
Handy jump from Will Moyer there of Trinity Athletics.
So just a shot there of Kiara Casillas on screen as well for Westfields. Just about to be lapped by McMillan, who's picking up a bit of traffic now. We've also got Emma Blanche on screen and Sienna Pitcher as well.
So Connor Murphy now on the runway as well for Sydney University. 16:28, man. He took out this title in 15:47 last year, so he'll be looking to improve on that. He's essentially standing on the mat at the end of the other long jump runway. It's a mighty stride he's gotten him as well. And of course his dad, Andrew Murphy, the New South Wales record holder. Andrew went to a couple of Olympic Games, I think Commonwealth Games medalist as well. He set that record way back in 1999, 17:32, an extraordinary jump. And as McMillan's just finishing off here as well.
Same Andrew Murphy, the coach Andrew Murphy, or different Andrew Murphy?
No, it certainly is. Yeah. Connor's father. Spent a lot of time at Trinity Grammar as a coach there. Doing some really good things with Sydney University as well. And
have to get on with it here, Connor. 10 seconds on the board, and off he goes.
Yeah, that's a pretty big jump. Plenty of distance on the board, so I don't think he was quite on it there, but that's a pretty solid opener for the defending champ. And I reckon that might go very close to beating his mark from last year. So McMillan, in that time that Connor was bounding down the runway, finished off in 21:51 flat, so that under 20 record
17 seconds, yeah.
Stands another day for Natalie Saville. But that's an impressive walk. Another big sub-22 for McMillan. And Hannah Myson now coming down to the line for Mingara. She's going to take silver.
So Hannah Myson coming through.
And 22:46.
Always enjoyable watching the boards get changed. So 14:95 for Murphy.
Yeah, he'll look to improve on that. Might be over the 15-metre mark. I feel like he was actually just waiting for the wind there. You can see a minus 1.1. So just a little bit of
15.95. Okay.
Oh, okay, that's big. That changes things. 15.95. Well, that's okay. So that's now at half a metre longer than where he jumped last year to win it. So I was about to say it did look longer than 14.95.
King Yi Lung on the runway now. Comes in with a seed time of 14:40. The seed mark, I should say.
So Zoe Wood's coming through as well, so a few laps to go.
Hard to tell head on the board, but he's going to get the white, so all clear.
So just looking at some of the other athletes coming over. Alana Pitcher just coming over in 23:13. She will take the bronze. Bridget Bell crossing there in fourth. This was a 1384 for, was that Jackie Fan of Sydney University?
Just going to nip this in the bud early for anyone watching online. There will be 4 to 5 events happening at any given point throughout the program tonight, so If you've signed on hoping to see every attempt in all of them, you are going to be disappointed. We'll do, it's just long on the board there for Cherrybrook's Joel Davison, the triple jump. But if you've logged on expecting to see every attempt of every event, you're going to be disappointed. It's not going to happen, and it's just not possible. So we'll do as much of this split screen as we can. We'll just wrap up this walk, and we're watching the men's triple jump now. We will pick up some of the women's high jump that's going on as well, but they're all long competitions, and we'll get a bit of all of them. And everyone's also more than welcome to come down and watch in person, which is the best way to consume athletics. Speaking of watching in person, especially if you're up for the women's high jump, Jimmy, the Sydney Track Classic next week is going to offer something very special to watch the high jump up close and personal.
Yeah, it certainly is. We've got the Platinum Field tickets on sale now, the area field area of play tickets. So essentially what that means is we're setting up a section for 30 very lucky ticket holders to be able to watch the high jump for both the women and the men. There's 2 tickets for each of those events. 2 different tickets, I should say. So you're going to basically be right adjacent to the runway, and we've got the likes of Nicola Olaslagers to watch her from a couple of metres away is going to be pretty special. And some really talented gents as well. Joel Baden, the World Championships representative, he's going to be in the men's field. And a couple of really exciting interstaters in Yul Reith and Thompson Ajay. And a couple of international athletes as well. Fujita and Ryo Saito from Japan are going to be joining us. And the Japanese athletes, very, very talented jumpers getting towards that 230 mark. So it's always exciting when you see the bar getting towards that 230 height, particularly up close. And for Nicola, we really hope that she's... well, she is jumping well. She opened with a 198 in the nation's capital for the ACT Championship. So that was her highest ever opening competition of a season. And she won the Maury Plant meet in Melbourne. And she's back here for the home of the 2 metre jump. We can't ever forget that.
Yeah, I saw a quote from the excitement of coming back to the side of the 2 metre jumpers. We see a red flag for Jackie Fan at the men's triple jump. It was a remarkable afternoon of athletics that Saturday afternoon at Nationals. For anyone that was here, it was incredibly special. James Niparis kicked things off, winning the 3K steeple in what for mine was still actually the race of the championships. It was a phenomenal race, and I think unjustifiably gets overlooked from some of the stuff that came afterwards. Liz Clay was phenomenal in the hurdles, Nicola in the high jump, and of course Jai Edwards knocking off Stewie to run the fastest 1500 metre ever seen in Australia. But it was Super Saturday at Nationals here at SAPAC, that sunny afternoon when we picked the first members of the Tokyo Olympic team. And what a team that turned out to be for Australia, led by Nicola and her silver medal at the Games. So she'll return to the scene of the crime next week at the Sydney Track Classic. See if she can get over 2 metres again. She'll have a crowd right up around her to do so. So just a minus 0.5 there. So the wind is swirling around a little bit at the triple. And starting to pick up some of this high jump now as well. So this is Finn Murphy on the runway at the triple jump to close out the second round of competition.
So a nice jump there by Finn Murphy of UCS Norths. Coming off the 11-metre board there. And a look at the women's high jump as well. So the bar's at 155. They started at 140, but I think that most of the ladies over there have made light work of the height increases so far. And just knocking off the bar there was the Bankstown Sports athlete. So rifle through some start lists.
Here it is. So that was Emily Malakowski.
Yep. So 174 jumper. So a bit of a surprise there. I think well, she's actually. I think that might be her third miss actually. So unfortunate there for Malakowski. I'm sure it was her. Unless it's no Ian stays in the field. So
no, yeah, it was a Bankstown crop.
Yeah, unfortunately for her. She's been pretty good so far as well. So a little surprising to see her there out at 155, but we'll move up now to 160, and we might see some of the other athletes open their account. Looks like Laura Perich of Camden will be first to jump there at 160. So Marshall of Manly Ringa will be up next. 14.02 that was. Was that Finn Murphy, I think, for UTS Norths? I think it was the last jump there. So Marshall, here we go, of Manly Ringa. Oh, pretty decent jump there. It's pretty good on the board. May just have stop the momentum a little bit in the hop phase. Just pulled up probably a little bit short of what he's capable of, and that's going to be around about that 14-metre mark, I'd say. He's closer to a 15-metre jumper at his best. Slight headwind there, a 1.0 as well on that attempt. Will Moyer getting himself ready for his next attempt as Lana Hickson there of West Track and Field just finishing off in just over 33 minutes for the 5k walk. She was our final competitor. And then we'll get underway pretty shortly. So we've got 3 screens now. the quad view. Look at this.
Well, do not send us a comment saying you're not seeing something. Not interested.
That's pretty unbelievable.
So, that's brilliant. A big thank you to the team at Clutch, in all seriousness, for being able to do this for us.
Who needs the 7+ app when you got Clutch, eh?
We'll get them in for the Olympics.
That was a nice clearance there in the women's high jump, one of the Sydney University athletes. Might just pick up Ella Costa, I think that was. Oh, no, sorry, it might have been Harrison, actually. Oh, there's a couple of Sydney athletes in the field. Did just miss that one, apologies. So that was at 160, though, so still pretty early on in the competition, particularly for Harrison, a 182 jumper. Here's Murphy now, Connor Murphy in the men's triple, 15.95 on his first attempt. Ooh, just pulling out there. That looked a little bit better on the board. But, I'll still measure it, but that won't improve on that. Pretty nice first round attempt, actually, for Connor. Anything upwards of 16 metres is really starting to get you into the conversation for national podiums.
So let's have a look on the runway.
It's back to Fan. No, sorry.
No, Leung, I think.
Leong of Sydney Uni. Yeah, there's a few Sydney Uni athletes in that field.
Now we'll just have a quick run through the start list at the men's walk, as you can see them on the start line over there. So Jack Robson of the Hills District goes in hip number 1, Miles Ashby of Gosford in 2, Jack McGinniskin on his outside for Mingara, and his clubmate Dylan Richardson, also of Mingara, and the top seed with a seed time of 20:28 goes on the outside of the track in hip number 4. So here's Leung on the runway at the triple. And a minus 1.1 headwind and a foul on the board. So that wind's still swirling across, as we said. It's intended to be a bit of an easterly here, which means it's a crosswind coming from the far side of the track over at the Aquatic Centre. Hopefully, to the extent it swings around, it swings to come from the north, which will mean we get some tailwinds for the hundreds. Although I do think we have the ability to turn them around, don't we, Jimmy? So I'm not
for the hundreds?
Yeah, I'm not sure if a decision's
absolutely.
been made on that yet.
So, sorry, just for some context, we've had Andrew Matthews, our GM Sport Delivery, Dane O'Hara, who's from North Queensland. He's been working for us for a couple of weeks, and plenty of officials. They have been working on the track for multiple days now, as a nice clearance from the Cherrybrook athlete Elizabeth Staples there at 165, that bar's at. They have been working tirelessly to make sure down to, 1 or 2 millimetres, I think, is the margin of error, that we have the start lines ready to go for not only the 100 metres, but also the men's 110 metre hurdles have been marked out there. Of course, the women go off the 100 metre hurdle mark. So they've done a wonderful job to prepare the track in the instance that we do run reverse, as we did for the National Championships last year. Both the men and the women ran in the reverse direction. Remember Jake Doran taking out that National Championship in a very fast time. I think we had some big tailwinds that night. And remember Zoe Hobbs winning the race overall for New Zealand. She's done some spectacular things at the New Zealand Championships over this weekend. We can't wait to have Zoe join us for the Sydney Track Classic next week. If you want to see someone who's just run 10:89, yes, it was windy, but 10:89, come to SOPAC next Saturday evening.
So Murphy for Trinity on the runway at the triple jump, and the two Mingara boys walking together, McGinniskin and Dylan Richardson, who are the top 2 seeds in that event. Meanwhile, we have one of the Sydney Uni athletes at the women's high jump. That'll be Harrison Costa or East. Just can't make it out from here. Still in the 3rd round of competition at the triple jump and the javelin, happening on the far side of the track as well.
So Fan now on the runway for Sydney Uni. As I'm just trying to pick up Laura Perich, I think, here for Camden, the women's high jump as well, at the bottom right of screen, as Fan heads in.
Yep, so bar there at 155, I think now.
170 actually it's going up to, so
okay.
We had some clearances at 165, but yeah, that bar's going up now.
They're just updating the board, aren't they?
So you'd probably be expecting the top contenders here: Louise and Rowe, 182 jumper, Alex Harrison, 182 jumper. I think we saw Harrison one of the earlier heights, and Emily Whelan of Amstown New Lambton. I haven't seen her quite yet either, but you'd be expecting her to come in pretty shortly. As the Mingara gents, 401 for their first K split. So we're currently operating at around about 20 flat pace. Just looking at some of the seeds here, Dylan Richardson, 2028 Walker, and Jack McGinniskin, 2130 Walker. So McGinniskin doing well early stages to hold on to Dylan Richardson. And the women's javelin field just being introduced here as well. So we might just have a quick look at that start list.
Yep. So we're running out of paper here.
17. Big field here for the women's jav.
So we'll run through it quickly. Hayley Blanche of St George, Karina Bell of Illawong, Zoe Gow of the Blue Mountains, Christina Grun and Brooke East, both of Sydney University. I swore I just saw Brooke East's name on the high jump start list as well. I did. Brooke East is double entered, so we'll see if she runs across from the high jump to have an attempt at the jav. Tally Ballanchester for Sydney University as well, Bronte Hodson and Reedon Wong, both of UTS Norths. Karen Thompson visits us from the nation's capital. Kiara Shine of UTS Norths, Bianca Packer of Wests. Then comes another Sydney Uni pair of Amber Williams and Katrina Blackett. St George's Lily McPherson will throw 15th in the order. Amy Bowery for Barker in 16, and Ella Costa of Sydney University rounds out the field of 17 in the women's javelin, which is great to see. This is UTS North's Finn Murphy on the runway at the men's triple to close out the third round of competition there with the legal jump. And there'll be a slight pause there while they rearrange the order for the final rounds of competition. Can't remember, Jimmy, if they take everyone through to the final 3 attempts or just the top 8. I'm not sure.
Top 8, I'm pretty sure. We're going off World Athletics rules here, so
I think it's just the top 8.
Top 8, yeah. That's basically what you see at the international style competition, the Olympics or so forth.
So you can expect to see 3 athletes culled there from the men's triple jump, and I'm now very confused as to what's happening because we've got, I reckon they might have just been slightly out of order for some reason. So this is Pappas of Trinity, who's first on the list.
No reorder went on, do you think?
Well, still round 3 on the board, so maybe they were just out of order slightly.
Oh, nice jump from Pappas. Oh,
yeah,
foul.
Looked long on the board.
He's he was hoping for the white there, wasn't he? He did look good through that one. That was getting really close to that national qualifying mark of 14.50. Yeah, nice tail behind him as well, 0.9 there. So unfortunate for Pappas. So a bit of a gap now opening up as well between Richardson and McGinniskin in the men's race walk. And they'll be coming up to the 2K split in a moment. They went through 4:01 for the first K. And not going to be too far off 8 minutes, I'd say, for the second K. So we'll just check in with the women's high jump as well. And we have one of the athletes, Wollongong athletes, up there. That is Sorry, the Cherrybrook athlete that was Elizabeth Staples. So she is a 170 jumper. She's coming up towards her, well, this would be her equal PB, if she can clear that. As our leader back on the runway, Connor Murphy, 15.95 we saw in round 1. And then just pulling out, I think, of his second attempt.
So
it was
maybe
measured.
they've just gone straight into the 4th round, or still finishing the third round. I've lost track
I
of
think
this
it's still the 3rd round, I believe. Cause
they might have started out of hip number order, which that could be it.
I reckon we've only seen Connor jump twice, so I think this will be round 3 here. But
I'd be very surprised if they're not reordering them after the 3 rounds at a state championship.
Oh, they definitely will be. Definitely will be. So here he comes. Always exciting to see Connor jump. Well, good on the board. Oh, no, he's pulled out again. So I was going to say, he's getting better on the board with each jump, but just pulling out there, not quite feeling right. Was that the wrong leg? No, I think he goes off
I wouldn't have thought so. Yeah.
So Staples again for Cherrybrook in the women's high jump. Just saw a miss there at 170. She'll be coming in again, bottom right of screen. Just clipping there. It's close there for Staples. And we'll just see if that's competition done. I'm not sure if we're in the second or third attempts there for the women.
So Leung on the runway, Sydney University at the triple. One of his club mates throwing in the javelin. Long on the board. Yeah. And at the front of the race walk, so we're now 11:20 into that event. And Dylan Richardson of Mingara, as expected, the top seed in that race. The seed time of 20:38. In fact, that might be 3K, I think. 11:35. He's either ahead of seed time or a lap behind seed time.
I think 3K's at the 3K's at the line.
Oh, sorry, at the line, isn't it?
Yep.
Sorry, I'm getting myself mixed up. So, yes, and looking at the boards, this will be 3K when he comes down to the start-finish line. So with a seed time of 20:38, we'd be looking at about 12:15, pardon me, for the 3K split. And he's going to be right about that.
Yeah, not too far away.
Going according to plan for Dylan Richardson. So he'll be just outside of the tempo of his seed time. He'd have to be running walking 4:06s, and that's just ticked through at 12:18. So just a few seconds outside, 12:23 as he comes through. 12:24, bang on.
So Perich just missing there at
3K.
173 as well. So the bar has gone up there. So unfortunately Staples bows out at 170, and we're going to see a first look at Emily Whelan here of Amstown New Lambton, the top seed going into this event, and coming off a second place at the Murray Plant meet behind Nicola Olslagers, and plenty of international athletes in that one as well from New Zealand, I think, and possibly Japan as well. So she came second in a very good field, and to be coming second with Nicola in the field as well is particularly impressive, particularly at a Continental Gold meet too. So Emily's been in fine form. I was really looking forward to seeing her jump today as a preview before the Sydney Track Classic next weekend.
So we are at the pause now in the triple jump when they'll do the reordering, and we'll just take the top 8 through to the final 3 rounds of competition. Richardson still leading the walk, and plenty of attempts going on at the far end of the northern end of the track in the javelin. One of the UTS North athletes up there. We can't make out the bib names from where we are, a good 100 metres away, unfortunately.
So Whelan's just coming in now for her first attempt at 173. Easily over So good start to her competition. I'm sure we're going to be seeing some of the others, Alex Harrison and Louise and Rowe. I think's over there. Possibly not though, actually. I can't see.
What club, Emily Whelan? ANL.
Amsterdam Lambton.
Ah, thank you. We're still
All right.
getting used to the three-letter abbreviations.
Yeah. I did a bit of form, so I
which
did
helpfully
know that.
came in for the first time at
Juniors.
at the New South Wales Championships. You know, good time to trial it.
That's actually come about because of the new World Athletics rankings system. So we actually have the club, but also the country code next to everyone.
Yes.
So of course, 99.99% of the athletes at Juniors and Opens are from Australia. That is the new naming convention. So we're gonna have to get used to it, Matt.
Yep. When in doubt, just make it a bit harder for us. So that's okay.
Parrish just missing there.
We'll get there.
Second attempt at 173. And it's interesting. I can't see any other girls jumping. So looks like Louise and Rose not there. She competed in the triple jump last night. So possibly just resting up now after a good competition last night. But I don't think I've seen Alex Harrison. So Emily Whelan might be on her own for a few heights here. If she jumps as well as she did at 173 just then. Try and get Perich over here from Camden. I think she's got one final attempt at this height.
We've got a foul there at the javelin. Maybe not. No, all clear. So this will be Richardson heading around to the back straight for the 4K mark. He was 12:24 through 3K. And we'll see how he's tracking. So just coming through 4 minutes for the kilometre now. He's going to have to do 4:06s to be on tempo for his seed performance, and he's in fact just outside of that now. So 2028 was his seed time. So he'd have to walk a 3:50, 3:45 to get through there, but he goes through 16:43, and that was about a 4:19 kilometre for him. But pretty lonely out the front for Richardson all by himself. Turns 23 this year.
Well, Matt, one person has come through with some very positive feedback on our multi-screen approach. Katrina Morrow, one of our well-loved officials, well done to clutch on 4-screen coverage. Yay. Let's hope it continues. I love that. Thank you, Katrina.
Sooner or later we will go full screen for some of the business end of the track program, but we'll bring you as much as we can. A reminder, as always, that the best way to watch athletics is to come out here in person and support the athletes in the grandstands. So Richardson with about 700 metres to go on the walk. Just having a look down at the runway at the high jump. And over.
She's over. First attempt here, 178, Emily Whelan.
Well done to Emily Whelan. So she is the sole competitor, 178. That is making it look pretty easy. And we'll see how high she goes. 187, she jumped last week. She stands alone now. She will win the high jump. And the competition is all for hers to decide as to what she goes to next. I wonder how quickly she'll go up through the heights here, because there's no pressure now.
Yeah, I think you get up straight away to what you want to have a crack at. Right?
Oh, I wonder if she goes to 188.
No point burning energy on attempts in the middle.
Well, 183.
183,
Okay, so it might be 188 next, which would be a new PB, but she wants to get one more height in first. So, was that the bell for Dylan Richardson? I think our clock graphic might have just seized up there as well.
Yeah, just frozen up back at the 17s, but we're ticking through
1935.
35 there. It's okay. Another attempt at the women's javelin. Oh, and the front roll. And the pose for the judges.
Just losing the footing there, I think. 200 metres to go here for Richardson. He had McGinniskin for company the first kilometre or so, but then just opened up that gap gradually, and this is a pretty quick finish from the Mingara athlete. It will be a Mingara 1-2 with McGinniskin about 100 metres behind him at the moment. And 2025 as he comes into the straight. It's been a good performance here. So just over 4 minute Ks for Richardson. Fine performance, just ticking over his seed time of 2028 as well. So like McMillan is going to be just outside his PB, but nice finish there, 20:47.94 unofficially there for Richardson. So back to the high jump now. Getting serious for Emily Whelan, 183. So this would surpass Erin Shaw's title-winning jump last year with 182. And she's up for this one, so comes bounding down the runway right now. And over she goes. So Emily Whelan is in some fine form here at the New South Wales Open Under-23 Championships. The 22-year-old from up north. 187, a career best jump at the Maury Plant meet in Melbourne. Fabulous competition for her, and she's continuing her form here. Has not missed 173 first time clearance, 178 first time clearance, and 183 first time clearance. And she's gone up by 3 centimetres to 186. So this was her PB up until last Thursday. She's looking very, very good at the moment. The bell there for Miles Ashby of Gosford All-Stars.
New height of the bar here, just 1 centimetre shy of the personal best she set in February this year in Melbourne. Let's get behind her. Emily Whelan in the women's high jump.
Okay, so Bottom right of screen, 186 here now for Emily Whelan. This is 1 centimetre shy of her personal best. Ooh, just missing there. So that's her first miss of the competition so far.
And
Still
Leung on the runway at the triple. Ooh. Yeah, long.
So a bit of a tailwind there, 1.7. So it looks like the conditions have swung round beautifully.
Nice throw at the jab. Yeah, 1.7. As I said, with the easterly, which is coming across the stadium from the Aquatic Centre, for those that know SOPAC, so it's coming across from the far side of the stadium, it'll swing one way or the other. So we're not going to get a prevailing wind in terms of a headwind or a tailwind. The fact that it's coming across means it's going to swing north and south, so I think it's going to be a luck of the draw for the hundreds, to be honest. We've seen as many headwinds as we have tailwinds at this triple jump, which is the best indication we're going to get. And I suspect at this point they'll probably leave the straight as it is for the hundreds. If it's 6-1, half dozen the other, you're probably just going to run it the regulation way. And nice attempt at the triple. That'll be okay on the board, I suspect, and it is. So back to the triple, and this is William Moyer on the runway. So Emily Whelan on the runway again at the high jump, and while Moyer's also on the runway at the triple. See who makes it to their attempt first. Whelan, second attempt, and over. Oh no, sorry. I'm on side on here. And that's going to be long on the board for Moyer, I suspect.
No, I guess the white. Oh, wrong.
The white. Is that different hands to normal? Isn't it normally the other?
No,
we're head on, aren't we?
White's
we're
on the right. Yeah, dominant
we're
hands.
normally behind.
Unless it's a left-handed official, it could change, but usually on the right hand. So Whelan will come up for a third and final attempt shortly at 186.
Some fine commentary there, getting two wrong in 10 seconds.
I enjoyed that. Probably too much.
Yeah, you would too. It's a long night, Jimmy.
Yeah, true. We've got plenty of big calls coming up.
That's a sort of team spirit you want up here, isn't it? So this is Ryan Marshall, I think, on the runway.
He's been pretty good so far through the competition. Now, I think he's jumping third to last after the reorder, so probably sits in the bronze medal position after 3 rounds.
Some handy athletes watching online. Penny Gillies, Jess Hulls just logged on. G'day, Jess.
Probably just in time for the 800s.
I would think that would be it. Jess well, and she's a fan of the sport, but I suspect I know why she's on. Marshall looked good on the board. Let's see if I can get one right.
Gets the white.
Another finisher in the walk as well, so that's the Hills athlete, Jack Robson. 24.35 he had. I just missed the time there.
Let's have a look at Emily here as well. This is her third and final attempt at 186, and she's now at the top left of your screen.
Bottom right. Oh, Right, no, we're
well,
two angles.
Two
Multi
angles, there we go. So big jump here for Whelan. Well, I'll try and get her over here. Oh, that was close.
Just
Yeah.
the legs, wasn't it? Yeah.
So, nice competition. 183. She'll take the New South Wales title. And here is certainly some more left for the Sydney Track Classic next Saturday, along the likes of Nicola Olaslagers, Erin Shaw, and plenty of really exciting youngsters in Toby Stolberg visiting us from Queensland, Isabel Louise and Rowe, and Alex Harrison.
So we've got some highlights from the walk, top left of picture now as well. And that'll round out competition at the high jump. So we're not far away from the track program in terms of the middle distance events getting underway with the heats of the women's 800. In fact, they're out on the runway now. We'll just pick up this jump at the triple. And a white flag, but not overly happy with the attempt for Leon Anagnostopoulos of Balmain.
Exiting up on the track is the first of two prelims for the Women's Open 800 metres. The top three automatically through, and the next three fastest times.
So just about right to go in the first of these 800 metre heats. And very quickly from the inside out, Smith, Brady, Lally, Roach, Hogg, Cooper, Bennett, Lambert and Whedon. There'll be two heats of the women's 8 with the top three automatically going through and the next three to qualify as well. And an early start from Tia Brady of Newcastle Runners, who leads them up the back straight. And you can see Davina Smith using the inside alley as well to good advantage and gets up onto the back of Brady. Fleur Cooper as well of Ben Liddy's group, and UTS Norths sits second in the run now onto the shoulder of Brady, and fourth in the run is Alana Laley of UTS Norths. They're a leading pack of four, and then tucked in behind them you've got Aspen Lambert of Sydney University and Emily Bennett of Orange. So a lead pack of six skips away from Emma Whedon of West, who's just falling off the back, and Emily Bennett also struggling to hang on a little bit with Aspen Lambert. So a leading group of four emerge as they come down and hit the bell in 64. So remember, only three automatically going through here and four in the leading pack at the moment. Brady from Smith, Cooper on the outside with Lally at the back of the group of four at the moment. No real move coming here yet. Brady's had the running all the way through. And now coming up to her shoulder is Cooper, Smith and Lally. So they're all holding the same position and have been for about 400 metres or so. Smith maybe looking to squeeze through the middle there, but I doubt there'll be racing room there. Cooper holding the position at the moment. Brady still leading proceedings as they swing around with 180 to go. Four trying to go into three here in terms of the automatic qualifiers. So there'll be moves coming here down the straight. No one's going to be able to put the cue in the rack unless they're willing to roll the dice for one of the next three qualifying times. Lally the first to range out with Cooper. Smith's really boxed up there on the inside looking for racing room. Able to get around the shoulder of Brady, and Cooper's left room on the inside. So we've got our leading group of three, and Tia Brady, despite doing all the work, is going to fade out and have to get there on time. Smith from Cooper from Lally, and Brady will have to roll the dice with the clock. Aspen Lambert next over the line, 2:11. So that'll be the time that this second heat needs to look for when they try to qualify for the next three fastest times. The heat time just outside Montana Monks 2:07 to win the championship last year. And Kaylee Costa of Randwick Botany, the New South Wales record holder, with 2 flat 57. So those are the times we're looking for. We'll check back in with our field events. So we know what we've got to look for. They went through 64 that first heat. And these ladies lining up on the line will be well and truly across that as we watch Tia Brady just fade in the straight in that first heat. She should still be okay on time if this second heat doesn't go crazy quick, but Smith, Lally and Cooper happy to take the 3 automatic qualifying positions, and Brady did enough to move it along and make sure it was quick enough that she should still be okay for that final. But let's see what happens in this second heat. Sarah Ayres goes on the inside for Bagstown. Sophie Merlot of Norths on her outside. And comes Ella Penman of Dubbo, Natasha Ward of Sutherland. Georgia Wassell, we've talked about her return to top-level racing this season, particularly at the Milers Series for Sydney University, and she'll be in the middle of the track in 5. Hunter Roundtree of Newcastle runners in 6. Bronwyn Poole of Newcastle in 7. Giselle Enland of Sydney Athletics Academy on her outside. The former Australian champion Laura Roth trying to get back to the top level as well for Randwick in 9. And Taisha Buchanan of Athletics Wollongong in 10. An additional Sydney Athletics Academy athlete there on the outside, but I don't have that name on this start list and not on the scoreboard either, so we'll try and work that out in the run. And perhaps unusually, maybe a problem with photo, they've all been brought back. Green card shown to the field, so no issues with anyone being taken out. And there's the start list on screen as well. So a big field of 11 here to contest the second heat. 2:11, the time from the first race, and they went through in 64. Some handy ones in this field. The former Australian champion, Laura Roth, Georgia Wassell, a World Junior representative as well. So let's see how they go out. Taisha Buchanan probably the quickest away on the outside of the track. Georgia Wassell and Laura Roth both prominent early, as is Ella Penman of Dubbo on the inside of the track. Bronwyn Poole trying to go with them from Newcastle, as is Natasha Ward of Sutherland. And that's a leading group of 6 as they work themselves out single file down the back straight. Remember, 64 that first race went through, so these girls will know the time they need to hit if they're going to be in contention for those 3-time qualifiers. Only 3 to go through automatically. So Buchanan from Roth, then comes Wassell, and then Penman in behind, and little gap further back to Bronwyn Poole of Newcastle as they come into the straight. Looks like it's going to be right similar, maybe a little bit quicker than that first heat. And Laura Roth, the former national champion, and Georgia Wassell, the former international representative, straight to the front of the field, and they go 62, so 2 seconds quicker than that first heat. And the heavyweights are putting themselves into a position of prominence at the front of this field. Through 500 now, and Roth looks to string them out down the back. Wassell going with her, Penman in behind, and Buchanan now trying to hang on to that 4th spot and get dragged to a time qualifier. Bronwyn Poole probably doing enough to be in the conversation to make the final, as is Natasha Ward, but there'll only be room for one of them, I suspect, as they head up the back with 200 to run. Laura Roth keen to run things out here. So too Wassell. Penman starting to fade off the back, and the 2 heavyweights who I expect we'll see in the contention for the medals tomorrow, not putting the cue in the rack at this point. Maybe they want to see how they're placed ahead of the domestic season proper. So Roth and Wassell into the straight in this second heat. It's going to be quicker than the first one, you fancy. And the 2 girls happy to run it out here and see where they're at as we're ahead of nationals. And a fine performance here in the heats. 2:06 for Laura Roth, Georgia Wassell. Good little battle in there for 3rd. And Penman ultimately got the better of Taisha Buchanan for the 3rd automatic spot. Natasha Ward next over the line, and Bronwyn Poole really faded for Newcastle in the final 200 metres. So the second heat considerably quicker, and I expect most, if not all, of our time qualifiers will come out of that second heat. But Laura Roff throwing down a marker for the final tomorrow night, Jimmy, and Georgia Wassell going to be right there with her. Looked reasonably comfortable in the straight.
Yeah, that was an exciting race. I haven't seen Laura run that quick for a while, so that's really exciting for her. She's been doing some good training with her husband Jeremy, of course. The ES Marks see her quite regularly, moving very nicely. As we mentioned a couple of times, Georgia Wassell's come back into form with the Penny Gillies squad and across the New South Wales Milers Series. So they've been around a while, both of them, and great to see them both running really well shoulder to shoulder there, going through easily to the final. There was a good battle between Penman and Buchanan for that third auto spot, but like you said, Matt, Buchanan, who just missed on one of those auto spots, is absolutely going to get through with a 209.64. So the top fourth through from that one. And it's going to be close between some of the fourth and fifth place from the first heat, and fifth place Natasha Ward there from Sutherland, 2:15.40. That's going to be thereabouts to one of those next three fastest times. One of them's going to be taken up by Taysa Buchanan, so only two others will make it through. Ward will have a nervous wait as the boys will be up next.
Interesting that Roff and Wassell were keen to run it out that much in a heat.
Oh,
I suspect I know why. I know Laura reasonably well, and with the greatest of respect to the New South Wales Championships, this isn't her main game for this season. She's keen to get up to Brisbane and see if she can make that national final, a championship she once won on this track in Sydney. So that's her main event this season, and I suspect this is an opportunity to run through a heat and a final in consecutive days and get some of that round form into the legs. She was due to run the 800 at the Albie Thomas, which is always a great race, the 800 at Albie Thomas in December, but unfortunately got sick again just before it and had to pull out, so she's just a little bit underdone, and I suspect two hard hit outs here are exactly what Roffey wants for her to keep her ticking over. Back to the men's triple jump between races here, and all clear on the board there. I think that was for the Leung. But that shapes up to be a great final tomorrow night now, that tomorrow afternoon, that women's 800 metres.
I see young Fleur Cooper as well, leading the charge in the first heat. She'll fancy herself for one of those Open medals. That'll be her first Open Championship medal if she can claim that. The Ben Liddy coached athlete, she's been superb so far this season. I'm really looking forward to seeing her go up against those well-established Open athletes in Georgia Wassell and Laura Roff. So just looking through this first heat here of three for the men's 800 metres, and it'll feature Luke Boyes, the UTS North athlete, World Juniors semi-finalist, along with Charlie Jefferson, who's since gone over to America to chase his collegiate dreams, and Luke opting to stay in Australia, coached by Ben St. Lawrence, based out of the Roan Crew squad, representing UTS North. He is the pick of the athletes on paper here in this first heat. We'll run through the start list. In 1 for UTS North, Tom Vigona. 2 from Bankstown, Paul Raptis. 3 from Nowra, Will Dybel. 4 from Sydney University, Guilami Bogliani Bellew. In 5 from Randwick Botany, Alex Talbot. In 6 from UTS North, Thomas Hamilton. 7 is the Queensland visitor, Ethan Forbes. 8 goes Luke Boyes. In 9, Edward Purbrick from Scots College, and 10, Brady Alborn from Randwick Botany. So away they go. Boyes is going to be chasing the win, because only the winner from each of these 5 heats will go through automatically. So big stakes here for the gents here, and absolutely no time for mucking around. Luke Boyes is going straight to the front of the field, and he's opening up a big gap here on his teammate Tom Vigona. Goes through in 25 seconds. So Luke Boyes, he's in a class of his own at the moment. He ran 1:46.69 at the ACT Championships, just behind Lockie Raper. That was a brilliant race for both of them, the 1:46 gents. And look at him go, Matt. He's really opened up this gap, leaving nothing to chance.
Yeah, absolutely. It's no semi-finals in these championships in a 3-day meet for the 800. So always happy to absolutely
quick here. 52.4. He takes them through. Look at the gap. This is quick from Boys.
He's opened it up. So in behind him, Thomas Verona sits in second. But the lead at the front at the moment is a good 20 metres or so. So Boys really opening them up down the back straight.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see the tactics. It's a big race now between Forbes Heath and Forbes of Queensland and Tom Vergona, but does Luke Boys here just ease up a little bit? They are coming though. Tom Vergona is closing down that lead, so Boys will continue to have to move. 120 he was through the 600 metre mark. He's looking pretty comfortable, and Vergona though is still coming with Forbes of Queensland. So 80 metres to go. Trying to chase them down. Boys still has that gap of about 10 metres. It is closing, but I think he's done enough here. I think he's put the cue in the rack, having a look around. He knows exactly what he's doing. Big race between Forbes and Vergona for that second. Oh, that's very close.
Forbes, I think. Fancy.
Yeah, it's going to be close. I actually thought Vergona maybe on the dip. 150.54 for Luke Boys is 3 seconds quicker than what Jefferson won this title in before he went overseas. And off the back of a 52.4 opening lap, really controlled the race. I thought Vergona and Forbes were closing down, but
yeah, I thought Forbes on the outside live, but
Vergona gets it by hundredths. So
my
eyes don't deceive me. It was the dip on the line here from Vergona.
I don't get many of them wrong either. Yeah, he came back, didn't he?
Very close. So that could be crucial. It was a quick heat though. 155.3 for Luke Boys. Vergona 151.90 and Forbes 151.91. Very close between those two. And there's some good non-automatics times to be running.
Yeah, so it's cutthroat, these men's 800s. It's only the winner getting through automatically, and only 4 spots available on time from 5 separate heats. So expect all of these heats to really have someone moving them along. I think you'll be pretty unlikely to see any overly tactical affairs, given that everyone knows that there's only one automatic spot on the line, and otherwise you're going to need to be pretty quick on the clock. So this second heat, Matt North of Norths, appropriately, Oscar Percy of Sydney University, Tom March of Kembla Joggers, Rob Dickinson of Bankstown, York Squan of Randwick Botany, Finley McPhillips ran the 1500 heats last night for Kembla Joggers, and looks like he is on the start list. In 6, Ben Crow of Randwick Botany. In position 7, Marco DePaulis of Sydney University, and Josh Atkinson of Norths in 8. And it looks like they're all there and accounted for.
Keen to see how Josh runs this one. Superb 400 metre runner as well, so speed's not going to be an issue for him.
Just can't remember off the top of my head if Finley McPhillips qualified for the 1500 final.
No, he just missed out. Remember, he went for it in the last couple hundred metres and just burnt out in the end, but it's good to see him backing up here in the 8.
Just very quickly, I can confirm the time qualifiers for the women's 800 metre final will be Buchanan, Brady and Ward. And Bronwyn Poole the first to miss out. But underway in this second heat of the men's 800 metres. Cutthroat racing with only the winner going through automatically, and Oscar Percy of Sydney University very quickly away, but you can see there are a line of 4 or 5 of them, including Finley McPhillips and Tom March, as well as Rob Dickinson, all hunting up as they go up the back straight. Josh Atkinson of Norths in the headband, swinging across from wide, and will take up a lovely little position. 2 out, 2 back, and Dickinson getting the sit on Oscar Percy at the moment of Sydney University, but they've strung out, and once again, Jimmy, the pace is on, given they know what's at stake.
Yeah, Percy and Dickinson, Atkinson, they're the top 3 at the moment. Then comes Tom March of Kembla Joggers. So there's a little bit of a bunch. It's not going to be anywhere near as quick as Luke Boys was. 52.4, he led them through. Dickinson just shifts into the front and 55.20, so they're almost 3 seconds behind Boys' quick first time. In 151.9, we're looking for the non-auto qualifiers at the moment. Tom Marsh just starting to range up onto the shoulder of Rob Dickinson. Percy falls back to 3rd at the moment, and in a battle with Josh Atkinson. Finley McPhillips is again there like he was last night, but these top 4 are starting to break away, with Atkinson starting to go wide and hits the lead with just over 200 to go.
So Atkinson, the move's starting to come now, but that won't be the last one. March ranges up to the shoulder of Dickinson as well, looking to get after Josh. And Oscar Percy is doing his best to hang on to the back of that train. Finley McPhillips has faded now. Percy makes a move around the shoulder of the Dickinson and tries to get after Atkinson and March, but Atkinson has skipped away, has a look over the shoulder. Won't want to put the queue in the rack too much because they'll be coming behind him, but he's done enough and confident enough to ease up, and he will go through and take... Oh,
no, he won't!
Don't put the queue in the rack!
Oh, dear. Tom March gets Atkinson at the line.
And it's slow. It's 152.
Wow.
5. Oh, that's silly stuff, I'm sorry to say. That's really silly from Josh Atkinson. He's had 2 or 3 looks over the shoulder. We'll see the replay here. I'm sure he's got done on the line, and he has. Tom March, confirmation of the win. But look at this, 2 or 3 looks over the shoulder. An arrogant mistake, I'm sorry to say, from Josh Atkinson. That's absolutely jogging in. March runs through the line, gets him by what? Half a tenth? We're just waiting for it to come up on the boards, but good run in behind from Percy as well, but no, unforgivable that, sorry to say.
Yeah, 300s in the end, but
300s.
yeah, that's... Well, he can still make it through, but he's going to be in one of the really last-ditch spots, isn't it? And these third heat boys... Or, sorry, actually, there's five heats.
155.4 for the first one, 152.5 for that heat. So he's already... You know, and these guys are going to know, obviously, I don't think you're going to see any of these heats go tactical. So he may make it through.
So 151.9 and 151.91. So we've got 2 gents already quicker than him. They were in the first heat.
Only 4 spots available with 3 heats to come.
So, yeah, it's going to be touch and go. That was Forbes of Queensland. And
we praise our athletes when they deserve it, but they also try to commentate fairly and accurately as well, and that's a bad mistake from Josh Atkinson. He'll learn from it, and he's hardly the first. There's some pretty famous footage from any number of NCAA races and Australian races.
Plenty.
The early crow. That wasn't the early crow, that was just not running through the line.
I was about to sing his praises as well, as he's going to be racing Fred Curley next week, but he'll take a... Well, whether he makes the final or not is irrelevant to that race, but I'm sure he's going to be looking at his tactics going into that one. Anyway, moving on to Heat 3, and another good field here. Hayden Todd, a superb athlete. He goes for the ACT in 1. I think he's won medals here before as well in these Open Championships. He'll go as one of the quickest seeds. Mark Gerard of Bankstown 2. Matt Joyce of Cherrybrook goes in 3. Sebastian Havens, Randwick Botany in 4. Ben Jagger, he's the informed athlete, isn't he? Sub 150 man now. He goes for 5 for Run Crew. Muzaddin Fakhruddin of Sydney Uni in 6. Ben Jones of Orange Runners in 7. Corey Firminger of UTS Norths in 8. And Josh Ireland of Gosford All-Stars in 9. So Ben Jagger, you'd think probably slight favourite here, but Hayden Todd, a very class act. He will make sure that it's a good race here. So Jagger is out pretty quickly, and so is Todd, as we'd expect. Of course, the backwards hat is on once again for this race, and Jagger has taken it out pretty quickly, and those two, as we thought, Jagger and Todd, leaning into the front of the field. Firming is taking a broad approach to the cut-in here. He's about 4th in the run now, with Ben Jones just having a little glance over, but Jagger and Todd are starting to string away, and that was about 25, like we saw with Luke Boys in the first heat through the first 200 metres.
So Ben Jones and Corey Firminger also just hanging about there, as well as the Randwick athlete Sebastian Havens, but a clear leading pack of 2 in the form of Jagger and Todd as they come down. And as we said all along through these heats, with the cutthroat nature of them, they're not mucking around. 52-62 through 400. And the chase pack at the moment being led by Mark Gerard of Bankstown, but 2 clearly out the front.
Yeah, Ben Jagger, that is quick. And Todd just trying to range up on his outside now. The Canberrian does so. So Todd gets his nose into the lead. Can Jagger respond here? It's been quick. He'll be, at worst, trying to get one of those 151 9 times, but Hayden Todd is looking the goods of 200 to go, 120, so same time again as Luke Boys led them through the 600 metre mark. This is quicker than the the second heat, and about the same time as the first heat, but Todd continues to stride away. Battle for third rages on between Ben Jones and Mark Gerard of Bankstown. Hayden Todd, though, is opening up that gap to Roan Crew's Bren Jagger. And this is going to be a very swift time. This is a chance of going sub 150 here as the battle for third rages on. Gerard might just get the nod, but 150.11 for Hayden Todd. That is the quickest we've seen thus far. Ben Jagger, you would think, might be in the pole position for one of those non-auto spots. And Gerard third over the line, just in front of Orange's Ben Jones. 150.08, and Ben Jagger does go 151.49 as the fastest non-auto so far.
And what that will confirm as well as Josh Atkinson will miss the final. So,
yep.
There was a good battle for third in behind there, with Jones just getting up over Mark Gerard as well, I think, for that third spot. No, Gerard did hang on, but it was a good race for third, and you'll see it here. But too good for them at the front, Todd and Jagger doing enough, and he was the one that moved it along to make sure things got underway in the first lap and set himself up with a position to make the final, even if he didn't get the automatic position, and he's looking well placed to do that at the moment. At the moment, Jimmy, it's reminiscent of the 1500s last night. This is looking to be a wildly competitive race here for the men's 800 as well. Similar story to the men's 1500, and there's no out-and-out superstar on the start list, but the competitiveness of the field and the depth of the field is there. And again, we're going to line up for a final tomorrow afternoon and have absolutely no idea who's going to win it.
Yeah, absolutely. So just confirming there, Hayden Todd has actually just run a PB. It's hard to believe he's still 17 years old, as we've got the women's javelin raging on. And big field of, I think, 16 and 17 over there. But, I might actually slightly disagree with you there, Matt. I think Luke Boys is the only 146 runner. It probably goes in as favourite on paper. I'm just looking through a lot of the seed times, a lot of 149s, 150s. But Luke Boys, he'd be pretty stiff to say that he wasn't favourite going into these championships. Raper and Perrott both not running, which... little bit of surprise, particularly Lockie Raper, and we see a lot of him throughout the season. Perrott's just obviously just getting himself fit for a big European season to chase some times for the Budapest World Championships. But I think Luke Boys, and particularly the way he ran that first heat, might have to go in favourite, barring any super performances in his last couple of heats. Yeah,
I just had a quick chat to Perrott earlier, and Sydney Track Classic into Brisbane, Track Classic into Nationals. Just too much racing to add the state titles as well. But just about right to go now for the fourth of 5 heats here in the 800. Hayden Brown, obviously Yusuf, definitely one to watch for, sub 150 athlete. Ding Dang from the ACT in third. Lawson Fittler in position 4 for Armidale. Brett Walls of Run Crew. Blake Kremen, Keegan Bell, Liam Gollage, and Zachary Johnson of Run Crew, who we also saw in the 1500s last night. So plenty of these athletes backing up, trying to do the double at these championships, and very quickly away. Ding Dang from the ACT in that yellow singlet, and he'll cross and lead. Fittler on his outside for Armidale, and Zachary Johnson of Run Crew will come all the way across. Obsi Yusuf, one of the big guns in this field, happy to take a sit. And you saw that he just got off the rail to make sure he didn't get boxed up in this heat, and has racing room and uses that now to get up around the shoulder of Ding Dang and onto the back of Lawson Fittler. So 2 out, 2 back for Obsi Yusuf, but Zachary Johnson leading proceedings into the straight for the first time.
Yeah, this is planned by Zach. We know the kick of Obsi Yusuf. I think we saw in that miles 1500 a few weeks ago at the Crest where he took that out, and this is deliberate from both him and Lawson Fittler, who now just hits the front 55.17. So again, a little bit slower than the first and the third heat, and Zach Johnson's now just fading behind these two. So Fittler and Yusuf, with Yusuf already looking over, just taking his mark and seeing himself to go down this back straight.
You just wonder if this slower tempo, because 55 through, they're going 51, 52 through the first couple of heats, has just set it up for Obsi Yusuf and his kid.
Absolutely, it is. And Fittler can't go with this kick at the moment. Obviously, Yusuf. He's doing a pretty good job, though. Yusuf will start to turn the screws, and he has a devastating kick. The Armadale athlete trying to go with him, but it's a little bit too hot at the moment, although Fittler is still coming at Obsa Yusuf. Yusuf's grimacing. He's trying hard here. This is superb from Lawson Fittler. Didn't expect it to be this close, but Obsa just starting to pull away. He's going to do enough for the win, but that's an excellent run from Lawson Fittler. 151.21, and Fittler probably a couple of tenths behind him. He puts himself right up with Ben Jagger as one of those top non-auto spots. That's an excellent run. Probably one of the best runs so far in these heats from Lawson Fittler.
Jeez, they've closed quickly, haven't they? 56-second last lap to go 151 after going through in 55, which compared to the first three heats was frankly pedestrian. But it did set it up for Yusuf, didn't it? We know how savage his kick is, and if you go through 55 for the first lap and let him come at you down the back straight, he's going to run past you, and that's exactly what the Sydney University man did, and secures himself an automatic position into the final tomorrow afternoon.
Zach Johnson just coming through third there with Keegan Bell in fourth. Unfortunately for those two, they'll miss out on the final. But yeah, I just thought Yusuf might kick away a little bit stronger there, but didn't quite have the same impact I saw a few weeks ago. Fittler did a good job. Maybe it was just Fittler doing a good job as to why it didn't look so devastating. But it was a good race between those two.
So speaking of big guns, I can see Mason Cohen on the start list. He's a former New South Wales champion and national finalist, national medalist as well, bronze medal on this track at the Nationals.
Three-time national bronze medalist. I think I got corrected on one of my posts a couple of years ago. He's been on the national podium quite a few times. He's been around a long time, Mason Cohen. He's very well known amongst the community and always a threat on a start list.
So we'll see what kind of shape he's in the middle, but he'll certainly be looking for one of these automatic positions. Aidan Love will go in position 2 for Run Crew. Cohen Thompson Andrews in 3 for St George. On his outside, Olivia Vidiak of the ACT, and plenty of the Canberrans making the trip up for these championships. Jonathan McClellan of Sutherland next, inside of James McNaughton of Illawong. Jade Kitching of the Coffs Harbour, he'll be one to look for as well. Ben Thomas of Randwick Botany Ditto, and Daniel Shoughton of Nepean will go on the outside of the track. So some names here to look for as well. Jade Kitching, we know what her brother, what his sister, I should say, has done for Coffs Harbour, Hayley. Ben Thomas will be looking to make the final, and obviously Mason knows what it's like to run at the absolute top level nationally in the 800. So a few big names here. Yeah,
interesting race this one. It could go a number of ways. Aidan Love has had a breakout season as well for Run Crew. He's a 152 guy, but he's been on the exponential improve. So yeah, Cohen, Love, Kitching, Thomas, plenty of names that could take this one out, I think.
So they're just doing their final run-throughs now as we look at the women's javelin as well. A few of the throwers arriving over at the southern end of the stadium, and nothing doing in the pits at the moment. So just a little bit of a lull in the field other than the women's jav. But plenty more coming throughout the course of the evening.
That PB of Ben Thomas as well, that came at the New South Wales Milers a couple of weeks ago, where he took out one of the probably the A race, I'd imagine. We've
had some beautiful conditions at the Milers this season. Remember that night? I think it might have been the first one in January or the last one in December. I think it was the first one in January. We had just every time we called a race, someone was running a PB.
Yeah.
Not just someone, the first 6 over the line were running PBs. So the beauty of the Milers is that you typically get some nice conditions, and the middle distance athletes have been using them to their advantage to post some good times. But we're just about right to go here in the 5th and final heat of the men's 800 metres. Remember, only the top spot going through automatically, and the next 4 places available on time.
Alright, so a number of contenders in this 5th and final heat. Again, only the winner, high stakes, goes through to the final. Kitching's out quickly with Ben Thomas on his outside. Cohen, slightly more reserved, starting the inside, but starts again to his running now. So they all converge. Kitching has a big look over. Ooh, a bit of a shuffling in there. There's Aiden Love of Run Crew just getting in amongst it, but no harm done as they go through the 200 metres in about 27 seconds. So a shade slower than a couple of the heats, with Cohen doing the leading.
It won't surprise me if Cohen's happy to park the bus a little bit here and back himself in a tactical affair. He's, as we've mentioned, a multiple-time national medalist at 800 metres. Won't surprise me if he's happy to back himself to run into that automatic position. It does look a little bit slower than some of the early heats, but you've got Ben Thomas there and also Aiden Love in behind and Kitching tucked up on the rail. It will be slower than the early heats, and they're going to go through 55, which is about the same as that last heat.
So can Cohen hold off the youngsters behind him at the moment? You can see Thomas just ranging up on his outside, waiting to strike any moment down the back straight. Jake Kitching will probably won't get himself out of this moderately box position as the gap opens up between him and Aiden Love. Aiden Love is looking to come wide here, but Cohen is fending them off at the moment. The stalwart open athlete, 3 times national bronze medalist, try and make another state final here with 200 to go, 1:23 on the clock.
Yeah, so the move's coming now. Ben Thomas is going to try and go past the national medalist. Kitching's hanging on, and Love now just starting to fade and finding out how the big boys do it. But into the straight, still Cohen. Thomas coming at him. No guarantee anyone's going through here on time. Kitching coming at them as well. Cohen, no sure thing here. And Kitching down the outside lifts and goes straight past. And Coffs Harbour has got a spot in the final in the form of Kitching, who comes over 1:51.03. They close quickly. Still a chance Cohen might make it on time. I think he just got over Thomas for the second spot in that race. But if Mason backed himself to kick him down in the last 200, he was found wanting when Jade Kitching went past with 50 to go.
Is that not the easiest last 50 metres you might ever see to win a heat? One goes through. Jade Kitching just looked like he thought, well, okay, this is my time to win the race. Mason Cohen on my inside, no, easy. 1:51.01. A superb last 50 metres. He looked like he just eased away. You could see how much Ben Thomas and Mason Cohen on the inside were grimacing. Have a look here at how easily he just goes past the shot. There's 60 metres to go. No, I've got another gear. See you later, boys. He did it so easily.
There's some 800-metre pedigree in that family, isn't there?
Wow, that's amazing. That's like he opened up a gap of 5 metres and didn't look like he was trying that hard, to be honest. Throws a hand in the air, so well deserved.
They went through high 54, low 55 through 400, so they've come home in a rate of knots, 56 or thereabouts. So it's a fine performance for Kitching, and we've got ourselves a field for that men's 800-metre final. It's going to be an absolute cracker tomorrow afternoon. Much like the men's 1,500 metres tonight, I'll acknowledge Jimmy's point that Ben Thomas, Luke Boys may well go in favourite to that 800, but he's going to have plenty of them snapping at his heels, looking for a chance to get in there as well.
Well, it's championship racing as well, so you can be the quickest on paper. But
so, yep, here's our final field, Jimmy. So Hayden Todd will be the quickest qualifier, 1:50.08. Luke Boys, Jade Kitching, obviously use of Tom March, the automatic qualifiers, and then the time qualifiers, Ben Jagger, Mason Cohen does get through, so make sure they close quickly enough to get there. Lawson Fittler and Ben Thomas, so 2 in that last heat. I didn't think they closed quickly, didn't they?
Didn't think that Vigona and Forbes would be missing out with those 151s. That was back in the first heat. That's so unfortunate.
Vigona and Forbes both miss out, as does Josh Atkinson, who's probably learned a lesson tonight in running through the line. But that's going to be a cracking field for the final tomorrow night.
Yeah, really good race. So the men's 8 and the men's 15 are set up perfectly. The men's 15 is going to be a little later on tonight. And just a quick one as well. It's worth mentioning on the stream. I think the women's 400 metre final is it's at 8:01. I actually just put up a post with 8:34, so apologies to anyone on that. So 8:01 will be the time of the women's 400 metre final. They'll feature Sarah Carley, so apologies to anyone who has read that social media post. I'll fix it up right now. So the next event on the track is going to be the 400 metre para-ambulant events. And that will again be the wheelchair events for the women, also the frame running. Probably Kim Neuenkirchen lining up once again. We saw her in the 100 earlier on, and the men's para wheelchair 400 as well. So they'll be up next on the track, and then they'll be followed by the men's 400 metre B final, and then we go on to the 100 metre semis, and plenty of finals on the track to end proceedings. So yeah, Kim Neuenkirchen back there on the start line for this 400 metre frame running event. And the women's javelin continues on there at the northern scoreboard end of the ground. You have ladies in that competition. You can see the there's another sector tape out there for the women's jav. So again, that's the national qualification line. And just finding out how far that sector line is at. 42 metres it's set at, so that's just at the right hand of screen. Throw over that mark, you'll get yourself into nationals, and that is just short from one of the Sydney Uni athletes there. Again, we're just a little bit too far away to pick up the bib numbers, so apologies about that, but we'll stay with this women's javelin for a moment as the wheelchair athletes just making their way out onto the track. So not far away from start for our women's wheelchair and frame running 400 metres and the men's wheelchair 400 metres as well. So Amy Fisher is back at it for, she's the independent athlete in 3, Sarah Jane Trevenar Clifton Bly in 4. On the inside, Kim Neuenkirchen of Cherrybrook in 1. She's in the frame running event, and again Cormac Ryan and Ethan Moose in the men's wheelchair events. So many of the starters that we saw on the 100 metres earlier on to kick off day 2 are returning back to the track. Amy Fisher was particularly impressive. Just behind the gents on the outside, Cormac Ryan and Ethan Moose. Cormac Ryan took line honours in that event, and as both Cormac and Ethan are both T54 athletes, you'd imagine that the order that they finish in here would be the how the medals, the gold and silver medal, fall for the men's wheelchair event. Different classifications for Amy Fisher and Sarah Jane Trevenar Clifton Bly, so we'll have to wait for the MDS tables to be used to convert their time as a percentage in order to determine those results. So away we go. And Fisher is off to another strong start here in the middle of the track. The black top on, pushing nicely. Cormac Ryan just opening up a lead there on Ethan Moose for Bankstown. They will stay in their lanes for this 400 metre event. So Cormac Ryan comes in with a 57.89 and it's pretty close to the 32nd mark through the first 200 metres. So we'll see if he can get under the 1 minute mark here as he's coming up to the 300 metre mark. Ethan Moos a 105 athlete over the 400 metres. Amy Fisher a 106 athlete. This has been an excellent push by Cormac Ryan. It's not quite going to be the 57, 8, 9 seed. It's going to be very close to the 1 minute mark. Coming across there, 101 officially for Cormac Ryan. Ethan Moos coming across the line here about 110 officially, and Amy Fisher just behind him. She'll take line honours in the women's event, 116 for Amy Fisher. Sarah Jane Trevor Clifton Bly having a nice push here. She's going to be just outside 130. Crossing the line about 132. The Sydney Uni athlete. And Kim Ewenkirchen in the frame running, making her way down to the finish line. Well done to her, 148, 149, there or thereabouts for Kim Ewenkirchen. So, nice work there by all the athletes. I see the men just warming up there for the men's high jump as well. That's going to be kicking off pretty shortly. We might just, while we have a chance to go through the start list now. The reigning champion is Darcy Holmes. I remember calling that actually. It was a very exciting competition. 210. He jumped to win this last year. New South Wales state record. Very handy one from Brandon Stark. 236. He jumped that in 2018. But there's a big field there. 13 of them will be joining us. Hunter Folkes for Sydney University will go in position 1. Mitch Hatfield of Manly Warringah, position 2. Nick Collius, 215 jumper from Randwick Botany, goes in 3. Benjamin James, the multi-eventer from Maitland, he's a 2 metre plus jumper as well. He goes in position 4. Then UTS North's Joshua Watson in 5. Robbie Cullen of Cherrybrook in 6. And really exciting to have Kitaro Fujita of Japan. He's a 220 athlete. He goes in position 7. So we'll have a look at the Japanese athlete as he progresses through the competition with the New South Wales gents. Jackson Dine of Manly Warringah in position 8. Liam Bennett of Mingara in position 9. Angus Clark, a 215 jumper from Sydney Uni, in position 10. Ashvin Peter of Trinity Athletics in position 11. Joel Vanderham of Mingara, position 12. And Matt Tilley, who's been jumping really well so far this season, goes for Manly Warringah in position 13. So a good, solid field there for the men's high jump. You expect the bar to be going up at least into the early mid-teens, the 212, 215, maybe the 218 mark down there, which is always exciting when the bar's getting to those sorts of heights. And we will have a new champion here for the men's high jump. Darcy Holmes not competing tonight. Men's shot put is down there as well. The gents also just starting their warm-ups. 14 athletes down there. Bryce Nolan, who was superb in the discus last night, he goes for Westfields Athletics. Benjamin Stevens of Trinity Athletics. Sam Jones of Maitland. Daniel Kilpatrick of Amstown New Lambton. Jonathan Titmarsh of Sydney University. Jamie Muscat, who also featured in that discus comp, he goes for Wyong. Then Aaron Jeffrey of UTS Norths, the Com Games decathlete. Alec Diamond, again, a very good shot putter. He puts over 15 metres quite regularly for UTS Norths. Tom Galvin of Sydney University, another multi-eventer in the All Whites. Andrew Watson of Balmain. I think if Andrew's down, I think that's Andrew Watson from our Athletics New South Wales board. So welcome, Andrew. He's competing for Balmain. Jacob McCorry of Sydney University down there. Alex Sharla of Parramatta City. Max Wend of Trinity Athletics. And Jason Parmaxidis of Campbelltown. He'll be competing in the shot at the Sydney Track Classic. So he's just warming up his quads there, just at the right of screen. There's Alec Diamond with the salmon warm-up top. Jamie Muscat just talking to one of the officials, so not too far away from the start there. for the men's shot. So that's what's happening at the southern end, the high in the shot. And there's the high jump boys just being introduced there. A couple of smiles before competition, always good to see. The boys nice and relaxed. There's Jackson Dine, Manly Moringa. Matt Tilley there, big smile on his face. He's going to be a big contender for the championship here. As I mentioned, he's been jumping in those low to mid-teens quite consistently, 2:15 on a number of occasions in the Inter-Club Series and some of the high-velocity events. Held down at Illawong and Campbelltown. So they're just being introduced. So we've just gone through the start list, but there they all are. And there's Kataro Fujita in the blue top there, the teal top, jumping for Japan. You're going to see him with the Sydney Track Classic gents as well, which is going to be really exciting to see him take on our best from Australia. Unfortunately, no Brandon Stark at the Sydney Track Classic this year, but we've got Joel Baden, who jumped at the World Championships last year, probably our top-ranked jumper in Australia at the moment. There is Fujita. Fantastic to have him as part of this field. I'm sure it's going to be a thrill for a lot of these boys. There's Dine waving to the crowd. Angus Clark, very talented jumper as well. Haven't seen quite as much from Clark as we have from Tilley and Colliers, but he is a 2:15 jumper himself. There's Peter from Trinity Athletics. Matt Tilley. So good competition's about to kick off there for the men's high. Some nice shots there of some of the relaxed, smiling faces of the gents too. Looks like they're really keen to get underway with that comp. Just some final warm-up attempts here. I'm sure that the men's shot put will be introduced shortly, as there's not much to speak of at all going down at the northern scoreboard end of the ground. The women's javelin has just wrapped up. Men's triple finished a while back, and yeah, we're sticking at the southern end of the ground with the men's shot and the men's high going next to each other, which hopefully will bode very well for the live stream over the next hour or so, as we're featuring the men's 400 metre B final next.
Next event to go on the track, it's the B final. Men's 400 metres. Here is your lineup. Lane 2, UTS, Sebastian Moyer. In 3 from Campbelltown, Lachlan Ash.
Okay, so back to the track we go, and this is the men's 400 metre B final. So 9th through 16th this will be for the New South Wales Championships. And 2 for UTS North, Sebastian Moyer. 3 for Campbelltown, Lachlan Ash. 4 for Sydney University, Hayden Fleming. 5 for University of New South Wales, Max Holmes. And then on the outside, we have James Kermond of Bankstown in 8 and Chris Yang of Illawong in 9. So these are the gents that just missed out on the New South Wales final. But we'll get another crack here on the track. Really nice addition to the program, the B finals. So still plenty to run for here for these 6 gents. So away we go in the B final. And it's a pretty even start across the board, actually. Kerman's probably just getting onto the shoulder of Chris Yang now. Also going through, well, on the inside there is Max Holmes, the University of New South Wales. Hayden Fleming off to a pretty strong start. But you can see how evenly matched this field is. Kerman just starting to get the better of Yang on the outside. And also coming through nicely, Lachlan Ash. But that stagger between Ash, Fleming and Holmes not really closing, although Fleming now just getting the stick on Holmes. Kerman still fighting on for Bankstown on the outside, but Fleming is starting to pull away now for Sydney University. Kerman's fighting back against Holmes of UNSW, and Kerman will cross second across the line, but a good win there for Hayden Fleming, 48.36 for him. So he goes under his time from last night, 48.68, in some pretty tough conditions. So a nice run there from Hayden Fleming, 48.33. That is the official winning time for him. It was tight through 300 metres, but he just started to pull away at the end, and Kerman had a nice finish there for Bankstown as well to take second. Holmes just holds on over Yang for that third spot, with Lachlan Ash just behind them. So opening up proceedings now in the men's high jump, bar at 180. And just a miss there to kick things off. That was the UTS North athlete, I think Joshua Watson. And Robbie Cullen is going to be up next for Cherrybrook. So the women's and men's semi-finals for the track program is going to be up next, but that won't be until 7:10. So we're going to stay with all the action here from the men's high jump and the men's shot put for now. So I'm just trying to pick out which way we might be running these 100 semis. I can see the blocks are at the reverse start, but that's due to the 400 metres. So as Matt was saying before, the easterly coming over Sydney Olympic Park at the moment probably doesn't favour either direction really. So you'd expect them to be running the natural direction down towards the finish line, but remains to be seen. Anyway, here we are for Watson at 180, and clear that time at the second attempt. So good recovery there from the North's athlete. He goes clear at 180. This is the opening height of the men's high jump. Looks like Robbie Cullen coming in now to try and join Watson. Sorry, we have Peter going over there for Trinity, just from the left-hand side. So just confirming the 100 metres are going to be run in the natural direction. So we'll be marshalling the gents down to the start line fairly shortly. Sorry, the women will be first. So the women will be going down there shortly. And they will be followed by the men. They'll be kicking off at 7:10, so about 16 minutes time for the 100 metre semis. So on the Sydney Uni boys, Tom Galvin. Hunter Folkes, that is. Yep, Hunter Folkes of Sydney University. And the bar has gone up to 185. So here comes Folkes at his first attempt. And just missing there. Folkes a 195 jumper. Turning 19 this year. Still one of the juniors in this field. We have a couple of young athletes here. Mitch Hatfield is turning 17 this year. Jackson Dine turning 16 this year. So plenty of gents coming in for some open age experience. Here's Ben James of Maitland. Long locks from up north. Very good pole vaulter as well. Goes over, pretty sure he's gone over 5 metres in the pole vault or very close to it. So very talented decathlete. And jumps over 2 metres for the high jump as well. So very strong vertical jumper. He's coming in now for his first attempt at 185. And no troubles there for Ben James of Maitland. Nice clearance. Now for Norths. It's back to Joshua Watson. Just missing there. So he'll look to get over it the second time of asking. We saw one miss from Watson at 180. So he'll look to improve on that. Robbie Cullen now of Cherrybrook also saw a miss from him at 180. So just looking to get back into some rhythm here at 185. Cullen is a 2 metre plus jumper. So you'd expect him to get over if he can. And that is better from Robbie Cullen. So a little smile over to, I think that's Ryan Jones actually. So Ryan taking photos for us as a teammate of Robbie's from Cherrybrook. Ryan, a pretty talented horizontal jumper. So enjoyed that one. Sure, he got an excellent shot. You see Matt Tilley still rugged up in the warm-up jacket. He's going to be opening up in a little bit of time. And Peter just missed that one. He missed that attempt there. So Peter will come in for the second time of asking at. As Matt Whitbread joins me from some speech duties, I hear, back up in the commentary box.
Just thanking some people that make athletics in New South Wales happen. Managed to invite some people in, club presidents, life members, to take in Super Saturday at the New South Wales Championships. And we'll be doing a similar thing next week at Sydney Track Classic. Might have to get you to go in and give the speech there, Jimmy. I'll be in Japan, unfortunately.
Sydney Track Classic, yeah.
Fortunately for me, but unfortunate to be missing the Sydney Track Classic.
Probably won't be without a job at Sydney Track Classic.
No, I wouldn't think so. Mate, I'll have someone deputise.
Oh, thanks, mate. Watson, I think this is his third and final attempt here. Oh, well done to Watson of UTS North. Might have actually been a second attempt there, but good to see him get over 185. So Peter now coming in for Trinity. Just missing there. Plenty of speed down the runway, wasn't it? But it's not quite the lift. So just saying, Matt, the men's high jump field, a few gents, 215 plus jumpers with us. We've got Nick Collius, Randwick Botany, Angus Clark of Sydney University, Matt Tilley of Manly Ringo, all 215 jumpers, and visiting us from Japan, Kataro Fujita, who's going to be jumping at the Sydney Track Classic. So a good field here for the men's high, and a strong field of 13.
Yeah, absolutely. It's women's high jump dominated by Emily Whelan earlier. Folks.
Oh, good to see him get over. That was the third time clearance for Folkes, so he'll move on the competition.
Competing at one of the rare international events in 2021-22, Alana Pitcher travelled to Oman to race in the World Athletics Race Walking Teams Championship, where she placed an outstanding 7th, the second Aussie junior across the line.
So this is Peter on the runway.
Winning Australian junior team, and she is awarded the most outstanding athlete in walks and most outstanding junior female athlete of the year.
And a miss there. Ashvin Peter there of Trinity.
With no international competitions for Masters during the season, Julie Foster is
so just looking ahead on the track, we've got the semi-finals of the women's and men's 100. And to really kick off the business end of the track program here at Super Saturday. And then we'll have the 400 hurdles finals, the 400 finals, the 1500 finals, and the 100 metre finals, including the para-ambulance. It's going to be an intense couple of hours of competition here at SOPAC. Crowd starting to filter in now.
Sydney University were named Club of the Year following their excellent 2021 international and 2022 domestic season. Outstanding leader club had 10 athletes selected for the Tokyo Olympics, including Olympic silver medalist Nicola Olaslagas, Olympic finalist Mackenzie Little, and Olympic
so the bar going up now.
190, so we're up in fives at the moment. And I think we've got a bit of a presentation down there at the moment, Matt.
Yeah, so COVID unfortunately interrupted some of our plans for our usual annual awards over the last couple of years, so there's some catching up to do. So these are some of the 2021-2022 season awards, and we obviously had, we will have an awards function at the end of the domestic season for the 2022-2023 awards. This is focused on the runway for Sydney University, but you can see it on screen. There you go, Bankstown Metropolitan Club of the Year. That bloke of questionable looks.
You better give it
in my gene pool, so my old man Cole Whitbread,
president of Bankstown.
Yeah. He managed to dust off a collar for the occasion.
Yeah, good to see. And starting blocks are just getting wheeled down. I just got confirmation that we're running the natural direction for the hundreds.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. As we talked about during the commentary, I think the fact that the winds are mainly a crosswind and swirling around means you just keep it the regular way. Just a miss there at the high jump.
Chatfield.
But, yeah, unless there's a real prevailing headwind, no need to turn it around. And unfortunately, we don't have consistency of wind either way today. It's mainly a crosswind, so we'll keep the regulation way of running and hope that it's swirling the right way at the right time. But nonetheless, a big thank you to all of our officials who have put us in a position to be able to make that decision. The absolute best in the business here. James on the runway.
Oh, that was close. 190 there for James. He just misses up. He'll look to get over that next time.
Of all the people in an athlete's journey in the sport, outside of family, coaches spend the most time with their athletes. They are critical people in the pathway.
So Watson on the runway for Norths. I reckon I know the family name there.
Awarded the International and National Para-Athletics Coach of the Year. They guided Marley Lovell to an outstanding season where she regularly recorded Paralympic standard performances. They also guided emerging Paris.
Great to see some members of the community being acknowledged here at the stadium. Cullen next on the runway for Cherrybrook. Comes in with a seed mark of 2 metres. What are we at, Jimmy? Is that 190?
190, correct. Robbie Cullen, yes, for the Cherrybrook athlete.
Bit of a wobble, but over.
It's good there from Robbie. He'll be happy with that one.
It's Mel Gaines for Taylor down there. I think won a coaching award in the 2021-22 season, from memory.
Karen Herman, the president of Illawong Athletics. Illawong did some fantastic things this season.
He's been a club register for a staggering 39 years in the 40.
James Fitzgerald, the Sydney Uni, in the hot pink shorts. Here's our first look at Fujita. Oof, there we go. So there's a 220 athlete for you. You'd expect him to be making pretty easy going with these heights. 190 for the Japanese athlete.
It's one of the Dowling brothers there as well. Geez, those shorts are a bit questionable from Jimbo, aren't they?
He's a colourful man in more ways than one.
Folks back attempting at 190 and another miss there.
With his twin brother Ross, he's also been team manager at state relays, club championships, and interclub. Thank you, Ross and Peter, for your enormous service to the sport. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for some of the award recipients from the Athletics New South Wales.
So we'll just break away from that awards shortly and pick up some of the shot put, which has also started. And a good clearance there at 190.
Mitch Hatfield, that was.
Manly Warringah, yeah, Mitch Hatfield. We've also got one of the shot puts underway down just short of the high jump, same southern end of the ground. Another attempt here at 190.
Oh, good to see James get over that one. He'll be happy with that. Flicks the locks back as he jumps off the mat. One of the best mop hairstyles in athletics, Matt. Ben James.
There's a few good ones around, isn't there?
Yeah.
Ben Jagger's got a good one. Depends if you put Rowan in that category now.
Oh, that's definitely the mullet category. Different one, I'd think. Watson here for UTS North.
Josh. And a miss at 190. So we've now got that shot put picture in picture. So we'll just have a look for a start list on that one. So big field here of 14 in the men's shot put. Bryce Nolan of Westfields, Ben Stevens of Trinity, Sam Jones of Maitland, Daniel Kilpatrick of Adamstown, New Lampert, Joshua Titmarsh of Sydney University, Jamie Muscat of Wyong. We saw him yesterday in the discus, but the Venerable Masters athlete is back for that. Aaron Jeffrey and Alec Diamond, both of UTS North. Obviously Alec, the brilliant multi-event athlete. Tom Gowan of Sydney University, Andrew Watson of Balmain. I think I heard you mention him earlier, Jimmy, one of our board members here at NSW. Jacob Corrie of Sydney University, better known for his hurdling. Alexander Shalar of Parramatta, Max Wend of Trinity, and Jason Parmaxidis of Campbelltown.
So just a miss there for Watson. That might be his competition just about done, unfortunately for him. I think he'll bow out 190.
So we can't be far away from raising the bar, I wouldn't think. This would be the last attempts at, in fact it's happening now, isn't it?
So, so we saw Hatfield over, James was over. So we're not far away from the 100 metre semis, so we're going to have a quick look at all the action from the heats. Here we go. So Bronte Pickering in heat number 1 was super strong here for UTS North. And she broke away from the field halfway down the straight. Kelly McAndrew going nicely as well from Ngara. There'll be 2 to watch here in the semi-finals. And on to heat 2, we Monique Quirk, of course, the defending champion. One of 2 defending champions here. Olivia Inkster went in heat number 5. And Jess Lawrence had a good run here as well. I can't remember who that Sydney Uni athlete was, but I'm testing my memory here. Kasia Priacek of UTS North, one of the quickest seeds. Went very nicely in this one for UCS Norths. Tamish Clark of Illawong also getting through there. Just on her outside. Then we had Tamara Houghton from Queensland. You can see her streaking away in number 9 there.
So this is back live, and this is the first of our semi-finals in the women's 100 metres. In the centre of the track for Sydney University, for Mingara, was going very strong as Bronte Carolyn, but I think Katie Smee of Maitland on the outside might have just got it. 11.87 unofficial and a minus 0.1. And yeah, I think it was on the outside Smee for Maitland that might have just got it. And no, she just faded late, so Bronte will pick up the win. And is it 100th or 200ths, Jimmy?
200s there, so 11.85 for Bronte Carroll, 11.87 for Katie Smith. We can see, look at the replay. Gosh, a prayer check right between them.
Yeah, you can see here Smee actually gets in front, but just fades over the last couple of metres. And then Carol nails her on the line with the dip. Now, top two automatic, so you can see why Smee will put the cue in the rack. Next 3 best times.
Right, though, so we only just snuck through those replays, didn't we, as we move on to the second semi. So we'll just have a quick look at this next race. Some of the contenders here that we just saw in the replays. So Tamara Houghton, one of the quickest qualifiers visiting through Queensland. She will feature in lane 6 in this one. Bronte Pickering, who took out that first heat, goes in 7 on her outside. And Kelly McAndrew of Mingara, who had a nice run in the heats. She goes in 5. So Tamara Houghton, 11.63 athlete. I think second quickest with us at these championships behind Monique Quirk. And she's looking to snag a medal here at the New South Wales Champs and run herself into some form before the second half of the domestic track classic season. So let's have a look at the full field here. Alicia Kramer of Sydney University goes in 2. Elizabeth Scott of Manly Warringah in 3. Maya Pyrrhus of Maitland in 4. Kelly McAndrew of Mingara in 5. Then comes Tamara Houghton of Queensland in 6. Bronte Pickering of UTS North 7. Emily Duvey of Sydney University in 8. Kiara Crandall of West Track and Field in 9. Jade Johnston-Matrevska of St George in 10. And Tamisha Clark of Illawong in 11. So as I mentioned, PB for Tamara Houghton, 11.63. She ran that a couple of years ago in Canberra. And just looking at some of the results from this year, 11.69 she ran at the ACT Championship. So she has run 11.6 very recently. And is going to be very tough to beat. She was superb in that heat yesterday, easing towards the line as a lot of the big guns were. Fields just being introduced now. Bronte Pickering has been grinding away the last couple of years, and she's been running really nicely for UTS North. Always a big contender in those high velocity meets down at Illawong and Campbelltown. She'll look to try and get that one of those 2 automatic spots through to the semi-finals. How good's this? And semi-final number 3, the defending champs are going to be in lanes next to one another. Quirk and Hinkster in 6 and 7. So a couple of really nice races coming up on the track here. I was particularly impressed with Bronte Carroll's run, actually. 11.85 is a very good time for her. So that's anything to go by. Conditions pretty good here. Still conditions, still a warm track. This is semi-final number 2 of the women's 100 metres. Way cleanly. Pre-even start across the board. Actually getting another good start was Kiara Crandall, but Houghton now gets into her running. Pickering's just struggling a little bit. Kelly McAndrew's coming through nicely. Houghton's going to take it. Pickering fights back. She does get that spot. 11.81 for Tamara Houghton of Queensland, and Pickering had to work there to get over Kelly McAndrew, but did so nicely late. So it is Houghton and Pickering through to the semis. Kelly McAndrew having to wait on one of those next 3 fastest times.
She's quick out, wasn't she, Houghton? And there was no doubt about who was taking out the semi-final. As you mentioned, Jimmy Pickering just a bit sluggish away, and McAndrew was much quicker out, but Pickering getting into a work, as Dino would say, in the middle part of the race and able to come over the top, leaving McAndrew to worry about time. But hot and too good for them, and the Queensland visitor coming out of that strong sprinting state at the moment gets herself a spot in the final here in New South Wales.
And the good news, a plus 1.4. How good's that to see on the wind gauge? 11.80 for Tamara Houghton. Takes the second semi-final in front of Bronte Pickering, 11.88. So the times are coming down here. Exciting stuff for the semis and the finals later on tonight. So as I mentioned, Quirk and Inkster, Matt, the defending champs, go next to each other in this second semi.
The famous dead heat last year in 11.70. And to put that in context, we've just had an 11.81 to win that semi-final by Tamara Houghton. But as you said, Jimmy, that's a promoter's draw. Not it's all random draw in the semi-finals, but...
well, both went sub-12 as well last night, so that's a really interesting lane draw. It's just the luck of the draw, isn't it?
No, sorry, of course, we're in semi-finals now, so they're seeded draws with the quickest in the centre of the track. And there's a random draw of the fastest in the middle four, I think is how it works. But fortunately for us promoters and commentators, we've had it line up very, very nicely with Quirk and Inkster drawn side by side. So you'd fancy, if it's all regular programming, you will know where the top two automatic qualifiers are going, but see if the big guns can drag anyone else in this field to the time qualifiers, or indeed if there is an upset.
Yeah, Quirk has probably been the pick of the two this season so far. She's really gone to another level. She ran a windy 11.3 and has a legitimate PB of 11.51, so she has gone quicker than Inkster, but Inkster is a superb junior. You don't make a semi-final of a world under 20 by being just your average sprinter, so she is a quality act, Olivia Rose Inkster.
Is that 195, I think, now at the high jump?
Yep. Ben James coming in here and just clattering the bar there, unfortunately for him, so still got a while to go, I think, until maybe the next height for Tilly, Colliers, Clark. We've seen the first jump of Fujita as well. Absolutely sailed over 190. So big guns, most of them still yet to jump.
Into their blocks now for the third and final semi-final of this women's 100. The defending champs, they split the gold medal last year with a dead heat 11.70. Quirk and Inkster in 6 and 7. And they're just going to be asked to stand up. Green card on the field, no dramas, they weren't even called to set. And might have just been the helicopter overhead, I fancy. Lots of eyes up. So we'll let the noise go away and have another go here. Vacant lane inside Monique Quirk.
Or two,
so
actually.
Take out Walker and take out Emma Matthews from your start lists. But look for Quirk and Inca, also Fuller on their outside. Cleanly away. Quirk definitely the better of them away. Inkster's got work to do here to make this final. Quirk skipping away with it. And also Lawrence on the outside for Campbelltown. But Inkster into her work now, gets the second spot. But if that's any sign of things to come, advantage Quirk.
Ooh, 11.72. Turning up the dial here. Essentially no win. A plus 0.1. So at 11.71 for Monique Quirk is 1/100th outside what she took the title last year. She looks in fine form and has to go in favourite. Quirk, she takes a while to get going. She did get going, but just gave too much of a head start to Quirk, and Quirk raced in front. Lawrence was right in there, wasn't she, up until about this point where Inkster just started to stride away. She did enough, but Quirk looks like she has to go favourite into that final across all three heats.
Nicole Berridge was also the quickest away on the inside for the ACT, but just sort of peaked mid-race and had Lawrence and Inkster run past her on the outside. Nice little run in there as well from Sundance Fuller of Camden, but won't be enough to make the final. So all the big dogs through to the final, all the names you'd expect to be there. And as we get ready for the men's semi-finals, we'll have a look at some of the heats from yesterday in that affair.
All right.
And Nick Andrews, coolest man on the track last night with the shades in the dark and the rain, was quickly away in the first one. I think we had 9 of these heats, didn't we?
Yeah, loads we had. This is, I think, Connor Bond, yep, on the outside there for Norths. Gone to his running. I remember him put the brakes on right here.
There was some solid typical flexing last night in the men's 100 of pulling up in the heats.
Yeah. I just actually, there's Dudu Kamara from West Track and Field on the outside. I actually just put up Carl Curry-Ewing's heat on social media because I thought that was the pick of the runs. He ran through the line, but 10.55. This is his race right here. Look at lane 3 here. Didn't get off to the greatest start, but look at him pull away. I was particularly impressed with that performance.
Yeah, Holdsworth still getting back into his work as well after some time away with injury. He's certainly done enough to make the semi-finals and is through.
Seb Sultana. What a machine
man,
this guy is. Yeah, absolutely. All eyes on this kid because he's very exciting. It's a nice race. His teammate Jackson Rowe in this one. So we might just cut back to the start line here. Back live.
So they're just being introduced to the crowd. 3 semi-finals here in the men's. Of course, the New South Wales record, a pretty handy 10.01 by Rowan Browning. And Will Roberts won the championship last year in a 10.33. You'd like to think they'll have to go that quick to make it into the medals tonight. So let's have a look at the start list for this first event. And from the inside out, Bate, Ginnikazi, McCann, Nick Andrews, who's got the shades back on. Carl Corey-Ewings, as Jimmy said, maybe the run of the night last night. Mitch O'Neill for Wollongong go in 7. Leonard King for the University of New South Wales. Michael Jeffrey, Alexander Sherlock of Epping, and Daniel Lloyd-Jones rounds out the field on the outside. So called into their blocks now for the first of 3 semi-finals in the men's 100. We will use all 9 lanes for the final. So we're looking for the top 2 automatic and the next 3 fastest. Wind reasonably still, but swirling around a bit. And set now for the 100 semi-finals in the men's.
Away cleanly. Good start by Ruan Gunnarsing, West Track and Field, but Curry-Ewings and Nick Andrews, you expect these two to be pulling away. Curry-Ewings like he did last night, but that's close between Andrews, O'Neill and King. I think Andrews just gets through the Sydney University. Yes. But Curry-Ewings, that's impressive again. We've seen 2 excellent runs. 10.51 there unofficially for the Epping athlete, plus 0.3.
I reckon Andrews just held on ahead of King and O'Neill.
So it's around about the same mark where he's pulling away, isn't he, Curry-Ewings? We'll have a look. We'll slow it down to frame by frame. Mitch O'Neill battled back for Athletics Wollongong here with Leonard King. Andrews still has the step.
Yep, so Andrews, I'm just looking over your shoulder. Jimmy Andrews confirmed as second.
Oh, is he pulling up here?
No, I don't think he pulled up. I think he was just spent. Yep. But he did enough to get the torso out. So Andrews confirmation second. And then O'Neill gets up for third.
10.50 for Curry-Ewings. He was convincing again, though. It's not the quickest times, as I think that's Clark.
The win, Jimmy. What was the
plus 0.3. So yeah, not a whole lot to go off.
But yeah, so not big tailwinds, but for the time being, justifying the decision to stay the orthodox way. Haven't had a headwind yet in these semi-finals.
You've got a fun race up next, Matt. As a party in Sultana, draw 6 and 7.
Geez, they're looking after the promoters, aren't they? Drawn side by side. And so just the results on screen for that first heat for those playing along at home. Of course, all the live results available on the NSW website, but also have a look at the start list. Look at that. Second, third and fourth, 100th and another 100th. So 300ths or 200ths spread second to fourth in that race. How close that was.
They're the times to watch as well. Next 3 fastest outside the top 2 go through.
So it was at a 10.68, I think.
68 for O'Neill there, correct.
And there's the start list for this second semi-final. So Harry Fullerton on the inside of the track for Bankstown, Ben Treby for Manly Warringah, Phil Baker for Campbelltown, Marcelo Ottaviano of Westin for Tom Agnew of the nation's capital. Draws 5, ran 10.87 last night. Josh Azzopardi of Camden, one of the big dogs, 10.69 in the centre of the track. Seb Sultana, ditto on his outside for Campbelltown. Michael Hanna for Illawong goes in lane number 8. Hamish Lindstrom of the University of New South Wales runs inside Christopher Jordis of Western Australia, and Andrew Goshnick rounds out the field on the outside for St George. A full field of 11 here in this semi-final. Just wonder whether that was we've taken. I just wonder if that was an appeal or something last night, because normally we'll have 10 in these races, but we've got a full field of 11. Might have been a dead heat as well in for one of the minors. But an extra athlete, so 31 athletes in these semi-finals. We're taking 9 through to the final, and some big stars to watch in this race as well. The centre of the track, as Jimmy mentioned, Josh Azzopardi of Camden in the blue, and Seb Sultana in the blue and yellow of Campbelltown. Called into their blocks now for the second semi-final. We're looking for 10.68 for the time qualifiers. That's the benchmark at the moment, and only 3 men to get through with that mark. Ready now in the second semi. Sultana probably a bit quicker away than Azzopardi, but Azzopardi very good through the drive phase, gets to the front now. Sultana going strongly onside him. Also Agnew running well into third, but it's too good. Azzopardi, 10.39. We're getting serious here, and a still wind. So they're getting about their business in the semi-finals. And Josh Azzopardi lays down a marker.
Oh, okay. All right. The big boys are at it now. Josh Azzopardi, he's a national silver medalist, 10.25, man. And I reckon after 30 metres here, that was pretty superb from Azzopardi. Sultana matched it almost with him. And those two we clear away from the rest. I feel, oh, that's exciting though.
I actually thought Sultana was the better out of the blocks, but Azzopardi was so good through the drive phase. And as you said to me, by 30 metres, he was pulling away in front. Now, the third position there will go to Michael Hanna.
10.70. Oh, that's just behind, isn't it?
Well, he's going to be behind 2 of them, right? So we had a 10.68 and a 10.69 in the first one, and now we have a 10.70. So the time to beat to get into the final at the moment in this third semi-final is a 10.70, and we've got 3 athletes separated by 200ths again, 10.68, 10.69, 10.70. So that's what you need to run to get one of those 3 automatic, 3 timed qualifying positions. But Sultana, we mentioned it with Quirk and Inkster in the women's, it's advantage Azzopardi at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And this third semi, now, I think we've had probably 2... Well, I thought Nick Andrews might have actually had a little bit more of a gap in that first heat, but I reckon we've got 3 proper contenders to take out this next semi. Jackson Rowe of Campbelltown in 5, Ishmael Dudu Kamara in 6, and Connor Bond in 7 will be a cracking third semi here. Let's go through the full list. Lachlan Kasonzi of Camden, he goes in 2. Jethro Abdon of Epping in 3. Ethan Duggan of Nepean in 4. Then Jackson Rowe, he's run 26 for the 200 metres. A phenomenal sprinter from Campbelltown. Probably underrated up until a few months ago until he started dropping some crazy times. He goes in 5. Then we know how good this man from Sierra Leone is, Ishmael Dudu Kamara. 10.26 he ran at the Illawarra Track Challenge. He features in 6. Connor Bond, 10.30 man, world junior semi-finalist in this 100-metre event. He goes in 7. Lewis Clapburn of Epping in 8. Zach Holdsworth of Illawong on the comeback trail in 9. Cody Hasler, really good young athlete from Camden. He goes in 10. I think chasing a Commonwealth Youth qualifier of 10.69 as well. So keep half eye on that narrative as it plays out. And Rashid Kaba on the outside from Westfield's at 11. Don't count that Rashid. He's run 10.45 this season. So big field here, Matt. This is the most open of the semi-finals. Lots of contenders in this one.
Absolutely, and time qualifier is going to be very important. As we mentioned, 10.70 is the time you have to run to make the final on time. Just while they could have been called in, I can confirm the final for the women's. Quirk and Houghton, the top 2 seats, Bronte Carroll, Smee, Pickering, Inkster, and the time qualifiers, Pritchiak, McAndrew and Lawrence. So that's the field of 9 for the women's final. You had to run sub 12 to make it. Jessica Lawrence, the last qualifier, at 11.99. And Charlotte Banks, the first athlete to miss out at 12.06. So pretty good sign of depth that you have to run sub 12 to get into the final.
That's a good field there for the women's final. Looking forward to calling that one later on tonight. We're going to be doing a lot of post-race interviews as well as after some of the big races, so it's going to be great to hear some of the athletes tell their stories after they finish the final tonight. Plenty of action coming up. This is just getting started here with the semi-finals. Cupboard just getting introduced into the crowd. Boys will be in their blocks shortly. A very, very exciting third semi-final. So Rowan 5, Dudu Kamara 6, Bond in 7. Only 2 go through here. Ulro gets off to a good start. Dudu Kamara gets a better start than last night and does start to pull away. So Dudu Kamara pulls away. Bond's trying to go with him. Bond's trying to get over the top of Jackson Rowe. He will get over the top of Jackson Rowe. 10.44 for Ishmael Dudu Kamara. And Connor Bond will join them automatically in the semi. Unfortunately, Jackson Rowe, who is in that top 3, he got a great start, but we'll have to wait on one of those times. I reckon he ran quickly, though. 10.43 is the official winning time with a slight tail of 0.8. And Dudu Kamara walks straight off the track. Straight to the final. 10.43 Dudu Kamara, 10.46 Connor Bond, and just looking, it must be one of those auto spots, non-auto spots. Yes, it is. 10.53 for Jackson Rowe. Will go through to the final.
Just check out Carver as well in 4th on the outside. I thought he might have done enough.
10.71. No, he's just going to miss, isn't he?
100th.
Oh.
So Carver misses by 100th on the outside.
How unlucky.
And the depth, so there you go. You had to run 10.70 to make the final in the men's 100 metres, and you had to run 11.99 to make it in the women's. Great sign of the depth in New South Wales. Bond was a bit sluggish away, but geez, he got into his running in the middle of the race.
He's a fighter, Connor. He really does fight tooth and nail, even in the semis there. So some good running. 10.39 was the highlight. Josh Asapati in the men, and Monique Quirk was the highlight in the women's semis. 11.71 from memory. So those are the 2 picks, I think, for the finals, if you had to go in that direction.
Yeah, as we said in the call, there's 2 athletes with the advantage, but there's still a match point to convert. And a miss there at the high jump as well as we turn our attention back there. Bar at 2.05. My eyes don't deceive me.
2.05 is correct. So we're getting towards some pretty big heights there. 2.08 we're up to now. So that was just a miss there for one of the athletes, and we're moving up to 2.08 now. You can just see on the left of screen. So it looks like we've still got Tilly. For Jesus just tucking in his singlet. He looks like he's all ready to go. Collier's still there from Randwick Botany. So all the big guns still there. Angus Clark, I think, just having a chat to someone over the fence, possibly his coach. So yeah, just looking at the qualifiers now for the men.
Yep, so the automatic qualifiers, who we expected, Azzopardi, Duda Kamara, who I know he was 400 slower than Azzopardi with a 10.43, but gee, looked good in the run, and he didn't need to run it out. Carl Corey Ewings, 10.50, won his heat for the automatic qualifying position as well. Then you had Seb Sultana, Connor Bond and Nick Andrews, all securing automatic places, and the three time qualifiers will be Jackson Rowe with a 10.53, Mitch O'Neill with a 10.68 and Leonard King with a 10.69. Michael Hanna unfortunately misses out by 1/100th of a second with 10.70, and Rashid Kaba misses out by 2/100ths, 10.71. Tom Agnew 3/100ths, 10.72. So, I mean, Holdsworth you've got, who's run a national final in 10.76. So, some really strong running there in the men's 100-metre semi-finals, but the final field will be Azzopardi, Duda Kamara, Corey Ewing, Sultana, Bond, Andrews, Rowe, O'Neill and King, and that just tantalises for a bit later this evening.
It's a phenomenal field. You look at those names, and half of that field is a national final. It just has to be. They're all going so well. They're all running 10.2, 10.3. Like, it's crazy at the moment in New South Wales. I know we hear a lot about Queensland, but New South Wales,
to be fair.
Yeah. I think so. But certainly for the men here, and we haven't even mentioned the man himself, who's not here tonight. But New South Wales men's sprinting. Jeez, it's gone well.
So they're just setting the hurdles up. We're well into Super Saturday here at the New South Wales Track and Field Championships. And the next events on the track will be the women's and men's 400-metre hurdles finals. And there was some good running last night here in the semis as well. And this will be a really well-fought contest, you would think. Isabella Guthrie has to go in as the #1 seed in the women's, you would think, and it looked at last night as well. The men's is an open affair. I thought Connor Fryer was probably the run of the semis last night, but there were 2 or 3 athletes well within a second of him, and I expect that to be an open race here.
Yeah, that'll be an excellent race. Mark Focus is the defending champion. Remember, if Connor does win, he's from Victoria, so New South Wales title. Very much open there. Hugo Hannick also featuring Victoria. So the Victorians are actually going to take up the 2 middle lanes there in the men. But a good matchup here. I thought the pick on paper before we came here this weekend would be Izzy Guthrie, the world junior from UTS North. But Brodie Mate had an excellent run for Kembla Joggers, and she's going to be right up there with the youngster from UTS North. So a good matchup here between those two. Alicia Bennett's also qualified through from ACT with a 59.53, and Scarlett Pye had an excellent run with a 60 flat 09. So it's good athletes coming up in the first of our track final program on Super Saturday.
Joseph Ding, amongst a host of others. So let's pack this place out. 15,000 plus is what we're after at the City Track Classic next Saturday. Gates open at 3 p.m. on top.
So, sorry, Matt, Fujita was clear there at 2:08 at the first time of asking. So our Japanese international heating things up there in the men's high jump. I think Collius missed at 2:08 as first attempt, and Matt Tilley is going to be first up, just doing some last-minute moves, getting himself ready at 2:08. So here he comes, Matthew Tilley of Manly Warringah, and just missing there. So Fujita currently leads the competition with a first-time clearance at 2:08.
Yeah, so things heating up in the high jump, also heating up on the track, and having a look at this field for the women's 400-metre hurdles. I think we do have a couple of scratchings. So I'm not seeing Jessica Filcamo in 1 or Keely Brown in 3 for the Blue Mountains. And just holding the track until scheduled start time at 7:43, so still 3 minutes away on the track. And in fact, we do have the Hills athlete. It's good. It was just Jessica Flicamo coming back, getting herself organised. Here's the high jump, and close to a clearance there for one of the Ramwick boys. Nicola Colias, I think that was. And just missing.
Next event on the track is a final, and it is for the Women's Open 400-metre hurdles championship.
So just getting introduced to the crowd now for the Women's 400-metre hurdles final.
Jessica Flicamo. In lane 2, representing UTS North's Lucy Hill. In lane 4, representing the ACT.
So we'll run through them on the start list here. Jessica Flicamo in 1, Lucy Hill in 2 for Norths. There is no Keely Brown for the Blue Mountains in 3. Alicia Bennett of the ACT in 4. Isabella Guthrie in the centre of the track for Norths in 5. Brody Mate of Kembla Joggers in 6. Scarlett Pye for Wes in 7. Emily Smith of Manly Warringah in 8. And Caitlin Brennan of Cherrybrook will go in lane number 9 on the outside of the track for what shapes up as a really strong women's 400-metre hurdles final. The big draws are in the middle. Bennett, Guthrie and Mate, they were the quickest through the semi-finals in 59.53, 58.08 and 58.29, so very little indeed between Guthrie and Mate. But ready to go now for the women's 400-metre hurdles.
So away we go. Will it be Mate of KJ's, Izzy Guthrie of UTS North? They're off both quite quickly. Actually, Guthrie's just got the step on Mate at the moment by about a couple of steps, and Pye now going well for West Trackville as well. But Izzy Guthrie has gone out strongly here with purpose as she roars down the back straight. She's got about 3 or 4 steps now on Scarlett Pye, trying to get into it. There's Alicia Bennett of the ACT as well. But Guthrie's run an excellent first 200 metres. Now Mate starts to get into her running. She just goes past Pye there. Bennett's of ACT going very nicely, but it's still Guthrie with a 3 or 4 step lead over the rest of the field as they come into the home straight. 2 flights to go for the UTS North Open athlete. Mate's trying to get herself back into it. Our Wollongong, she is getting herself back into it. Guthrie's starting to tie up. Final flight crucial. Mate goes past, so does Bennett. Guthrie's gone, unfortunately. Bennett and Mate down to line. Mate gets it, 58.25. She takes the New South Wales title. Well, it all happened down the home straight. Unfortunately for Isabella Guthrie, she's just tied up there badly. She'll fade for the bronze and the New South Wales silver, but third overall. Alicia Bennett will get silver for the ACT, but Brody Mate came storming home here for Kembla Joggers. Teammates with Sarah Carley, and I'm sure Sarah will be watching on and congratulating that performance.
Absolutely. She just tied up, didn't she, Guthrie? Gone here by the time they got to the final flight. And just Brody Mate, too good for them from KJ's. Bennett's from the nation's capital picks up a silver medal in the race, but Guthrie will pick up the silver in the state championship. The bronze medal will be going to Scarlett Pye of Wests. So there's the results on screen. 58.24, a couple of seconds slower than Sarah Carley run to win this championship last year. But Brody Mate, an athlete on the rise, only born in 98, which makes me feel quite old, to be honest. And she's got a bright future in front of her. Another miss at the high jump as we
Tilly.
Up.
Yep. So he'll be coming in for third attempt as this is Filicomo. Just Filicomo. She's a para athlete actually.
Yeah,
going over the
classification. So 1:45 she came in as a seed time. And I didn't pick up the clock
no,
there,
not.
but, yeah.
Great to see the four sticks though. That's, you don't often see that with the para athletes. So well done to Filicomo for getting across the line there for Hills.
Absolutely. So we'll adjust the hurdle heights and get ready for the men's, but there's our international getting ready in the high jump as well.
Well, I have a bad feeling Tilly might be out here, bowing out at 2:08, and Fujita's definitely still in. He got over.
Bars going up.
I imagine it's 2:11. coming up in threes. Yes. Confirmation 2:11 after a long look at the scoreboard there. 2:11 for the next height in the men's high. So Fujita is ready to go on the runway. Trying to pick out if anyone's going to be joining him at this height. Possibly not. Looks like Collius is just taking off his shoes there. Tilly's wandering over. I'm sure Tilly has missed.
2 meters 11. So make sure 20 shows plenty of support for Kataro Fujita of Japan and Angus Clark from Sydney University.
So Fujita with a seed mark of 220, still a ways short of that. We have seen a lot of the top Japanese athletes visit Australia over the years during our domestic season. You'll see quite a few of them at nationals.
Ready to go here.
It's got a PB of
Here's the attempt. Yeah.
Just missing there. He's got a PB of 228, so that was set in October 2020.
Short run up he's on at the moment as well. I mean, early season for him. So I'm not sure that is the full run up of a 228 jumper. I suspect he might still just be coming back to his full potential.
So I reckon Angus Clark up now for Sydney University. So definitely have one through, and I think Nick Collius might be over there too, joining him. So I'm sure Tilly's out, which he'll be disappointed with because he's jumped 2:15 this season. So he would fancy his chances at 2:08. This is Clark now of Sydney University.
No, never looked likely. Just remember we've got the shot put still going, bottom of picture as well.
Parmaxidis into the circle.
Campbelltown athlete.
So he's a 15.5 metre thrower. Jason Parmaxidis. Concentration on the face there of Fujita. So I think it's just him and Clark left in the competition. Colliers, I think, out
But that
as well.
That to me, Jimmy, has to be a short run up for a 228 guy.
You'd be
There's
surprised.
No way you're jumping 228 starting inside lane 1.
You'd be surprised. There's some pretty amazing athletes out there in the world of high jumping. You're most likely right.
I just don't reckon that's a full run up. I reckon it's like when the pole vaulter comes back at the start of the season and they're starting to get into their work and they're jumping off 8 steps or 10 steps rather than the 12 or 14 or 16. They'll do it a full, and obviously they go up in poles as well, but I just can't imagine that's a full run up for a 228 attempt.
Yes,
comfortably over 211.
Excellent.
Don't worry about that.
That's good jumping from Fujita. Thanks the crowd. Good stuff there from the Japanese international. Oh, lovely technique. He just lopes over the bar. Impressive to watch.
So they're just getting organised, as you can see, at the men's 400 hurdles. Still about 4 minutes away from scheduled start time there. So we'll stick with the high jump for the time being.
Clark of Sydney Uni trying to match Fujita here as the two final competitors in this high jump. So Clark a 2:15 athlete. There was 3 2:15 athletes. Tilly Collius, and this is the third. So Angus Clark of Sydney University, second attempt at 2:11. No. Looked better than the first one, but just drifted into the bar, so he's going to have to get over at the third time. That attempt will be a couple of minutes away, as will the 400 metre boys. 400 metre hurdles boys, I should say.
So just getting themselves organised at the 4 hurdles. And won't be far away from a start in that event. Another tantalising race, this one on the track, the 4 hurdles. It's going to be a really well-fought contest, and we had some fine semi-finals last night. They're just about to be introduced to the crowd, and we'll introduce them to you now. Dylan De Silva goes in 1 for UTS North. Rowan Laurenday, also an 800 metre runner, so he'll have strength late for Illawarra Blue Stars, runs in lane number 2. Matt Crow of UTS North in 3, and Jack McFadden, his clubmate, runs in 4. Hugo Hanak and Connor Fry are the 2 Victorians and the 2 top seeds in the centre of the track, as is Mark Focus of UTS North. They're really the 3 favourites coming into this. Jared Sampson of Maitland goes in 8, and Bryce Collins rounds out the field on the outside of the track in 9. And there's a full field, all present and accounted for here in the men's 400 metre hurdles final.
Next event on the track is the final of the men's 400 metre hurdles. Here are your competitors in lane 1 from UTS, Dylan De Silva. In 2 from Illawarra Blue Stars, Rowan Laurenday.
So they're just being introduced to the crowd, and there'll be a pause in the high jump while we get this race underway. Lovely shot of Sopak on Super Saturday here at the State Championships. Well and truly dark now. There's a concert going on in the background there. You can see the sun starting to set on the nation's premier athletics venue. The men's javelin going at the far end of the stadium as well. But we're just about right to go in the men's 400 metre hurdles. This will be a well-fought contest, Jimmy. There's a few names to look for here. The 2 Victorians, Hanak and Fry, but also Mark Focus of UTS North probably goes in as the number 1 seed for the New South Wales title.
Yeah, I think it will be a good battle between him and Matt Crow. Very good hurdler out of UTS North. Norths are so strong in this event, so no surprise to have loads of them in this one.
So off they go in the final of the men's 400 metre hurdles. Hanak and Fry both away quite quickly. And on the outside of the track, Mark Focus for Norths also running strongly. Heading into the back straight, and Focus the quickest among them. Also going well is McFadden on the inside and Matt Crow. So pretty even as they're up the back straight for the only time. And sitting in front probably at the moment is Focus, with Fry now just starting to get up to him. Running strongly is Bryce Collins on the outside for the University of New South Wales, but still 4 or 5 of them in it as they rage up to the straight. Connor Fry putting himself to the front of the field and the front of the challengers as they come into the straight. Focus is trying to go with him, but those are the 2 breakaways at the moment, and the Victorian now extends down the straight in the men's 400 metre hurdles final. 1 left to navigate, and he does so. This is going to be quick. Battle for the state title is going strongly, and a dip at the end, but Focus will do just enough to get it over Matt Crow. 50.64 for Connor Fry. He'll be happy with that run, and he'll pick up an honorary gold medal from the race. The New South Wales title will go to Mark Focus, who led early, and Fry just had too much and came over him in the straight. A fine performance from the Victorian.
Fantastic PB there by 2/10 for Connor Fry. He goes from 50.83 down to a 50.62, and he's edging ever closer to that magical sub-50 barrier. What about the late run here from Matt Crow? Almost snagged the New South Wales gold out of Focus's hands, but Focus holds on, and Bryce Collins gets the New South Wales 3rd place medal. Those are the boys, the teammates from Norths. They would know each other very, very well. A great battle there. Focus 51.82 to Crow's 51.88. And here you go, Hanak, the other Victorian, just missing out on the podium there, 52.02. Bryce Collins 5th in the field, but 3rd New South Wales 52.14 gets the bronze.
So it lived up to the billing. We thought Connor Fryer was probably the #1 seed, and he proved to be thus. Just eyes back on the high jump as well, I think, for Sheeta, with another attempt here at 2:15.
Yep, 2:15. So I think Clark is out now, and we're left with one. So let's stay with Fujita. So poised, isn't he, before he comes in?
The visualisation.
Yeah. Just wondering if his coach is with him on the bank. I haven't seen him go over to anyone, so he might be out there solo. Just giving himself some cues. Such a mental game, the high jump, particularly when you get to this level. You see the bar at these sorts of heights way higher than your head. Very, very mental discipline.
So Fujita on the runway.
Just getting introduced here by Nathan Breen, so the crowd, rightfully so, directs their attention to the high jump runway. Oh, not too far away. Great speed off. It's such a short run-up. All right, so here's Cam McIntyre of Sydney University. 81.96, man. Lets it rip. Look at it go.
Out over the red. What was the red sector line?
So that is the national qualifying mark. So obviously no troubles with that. But it actually sort of stuck up in the ground. So he'll look to improve on that.
Gemma Pollard having a laugh for Newcastle as we get ready for the women's 400 metre final, and this will be a cracker. The New South Wales champion Jessica Thornton is in the race, just scraped into this final. She won the title last year in 53.80. She's still a little bit underdone coming back from injury, but she'll be ready to go. And this shapes up to be one of the races of the night as well. Not that there's a shortage of them. Sarah Carley on screen there. She's one to look for. Normally the specialist over the 400 sticks, but has a go over the flat here tonight. Tokyo Olympian, of course. And World Championships representative in Eugene, Oregon at the Magic Stadium. That is Hayward Field. So we'll just have a look at the start list for the women's 400 metre final. Well into Super Saturday now. And in one, the defending champion Jess Thornton continuing her return to racing for Illawong, the famous sprint club. Paige Campbell, speaking of famous sprint clubs, goes in 2 for Campbelltown. Alice Dixon of Norths in 3. Helen Pretorius of Sydney University in 4. Rowena Craker for Manly Warringah in 5. Gemma Pollard of Newcastle goes in 6. She was one of the fastest qualifiers. Sarah Carley of Kembla Joggers, the fastest qualifier in a 53.72 in the semi-finals, comes in 7. Jen Cowie of Sydney University has been a top open athlete for a long time and runs in lane number 8. And Jasmine Guthrie, the World Junior representative for Norths, goes in lane number 9 on the outside of the track. This is a cracking women's 400 metre final. And they're not far away from a start now. Athletes to look for: Carley, who was the quickest qualifier but draws the outside in 7. Seeding working by a random draw for the middle 4 lanes for the fastest qualifiers. So she gets the disadvantage of not being able to see her main rivals here. Pollard gets a lovely draw on her inside, but the best drawn will be Pretorius of Sydney University and Rowena Craker of Manly Warringah in the centre of the track. So just being held and about to be called into their blocks. Fajita still at the high jump, and they'll hold that competition, I would think, until this race starts. Unless, in fact, I think they might let him go. Yeah, that's the hold up. So Fajita will attempt the high jump, and this women's 400 will get underway after Fajita's attempt here at 2:15. And just missing there, coming down on the backside, and in fact that run up extending, and thanking the crowd there. I think that might be the end of the competition. Or he might just be thanking the crowd. But in any event, yeah, so some shaking of the hands there. That'll do it for the men's high jump competition. Fujita of Japan takes out the event with a clearance at 2:11 and failing to clear the bar at 2:15. But eyes back on the track now for the women's 400 metres final. We've billed it as one of the races of the night. There are 4 really top seeds drawn in the middle of the track. Pretorius Craker, Pollard and Sarah Carley, the multiple-time national representative over the 400 metre hurdles, trying her hand over the flat stuff tonight. And they're just being introduced to the crowd now.
On the track, introducing your finalists, starting in lane 1, the defending champion, Australian silver medalist representing Illawong, Jess Thornton.
So the big story is obviously Carly and how she goes over the flat. But also some really great junior talent as well, Craker and Pollard. Don't rule out Jasmine Guthrie by any means. She's got the disadvantage of being drawn the far outside, but go back to the men's final at the Rio Olympic Games, which I was fortunate enough to see live, and you can see what an athlete can do from the outside of the track. Ben Newkirk, of course, breaking the world record for South Africa. Sarah Carley being introduced to the stadium now, and a big round of applause for the multiple-time Australian representative Jen Cowie, popular athlete as well for Sydney University, a stalwart at the open level. Jasmine Guthrie, the world junior representative, now being introduced on the outside. That's the field for what should be a cracking women's 400 metres, and called into their blocks now. Carly getting ready for bigger things this season, but this is absolutely not a gimme. A crack field set for the women's 4. Off they go, cleanly away in what promises to be a cracking final. Carly out quickly. Also Paige Campbell of Campbelltown in the centre of the track, and Cowie and Guthrie running strongly on the outside. Also back in the middle is Rowena Craker of Manly Warringah. She's picked up the stagger on Pollard on her outside, and Pretorius of Sydney University trying to go with them. Look at Campbell in lane 2 as well. The stagger's going to even out, but she's running really strongly. So is Jasmine Guthrie, the world junior representative on the outside. But Carly now ranges up to Guthrie. Oh no, Guthrie's pulled a hamstring, but still in this race is Carly at the front of the field. Going really well is Craker of Manly Warringah, and there's a great battle going on for the silver medal, but gold isn't locked up either. Pretorius of Sydney University is trying to get to Carly, so is Pollard, but Carly, the multiple-time Olympian, hanging on at the front, and Sarah Carly is going to come home and take out the women's 4, 53.73. Pretorius good enough to get up for the silver medal, and Pollard in the middle of the track will pick up the bronze. But Sarah Carly, the multiple-time Australian representative, I should have said, picks up the state 400 metre championship in 53.73.
1:05 per second.
Thoughts with Jasmine Guthrie as well, whose hamstring went here on the final turn, and we hope she's okay, and medical attention being directed to her now. But Carly, just at this point, you thought Pretorius on the inside for Sydney University might challenge her, but Carly found another leg in the last 50. Pollard really ranged up for the silver medal as well. But Carly, a class above. That's why she's run for Australia on multiple occasions, and her season building very nicely into the peak of the domestic season. We'll grab a word with her just once she's able to flush some of the lactic out and get to her feet. As we said, thoughts with Jasmine Guthrie, and we hope that that's not too severe, but it looked like a telltale hamstring. Let's hope a strain rather than a tear. And we are going to get a word with Sarah Carly. We'll throw down to Jimmy.
Get called in by the guys upstairs. Yeah.
Off you go, Jimmy.
Good to go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the winner of the women's 400 metre open final. Just catching your breath still, Sarah. Congratulations. Exactly the same time as you ran in your heat. Slightly different conditions tonight. How was the heat to the final? A couple of really hard runs for you.
Yeah, I was hoping to go a bit faster tonight, especially after the heat yesterday, but it's good to know that there's even though I haven't raced yet, I can still back up after 2 rounds around the same time, so consistency's good.
You had to work for it at the end, Rowan Craig had a really good run. The youngster Gemma Pollard as well from Newcastle Runners had a really good run. But you fought through really nicely in the last 50 metres, so probably a little bit more there to go. And you know, your PB 52.9, if you continue to run the 4 flat, probably in danger.
Yeah, I think we've been really working on my flat speed to help over the hurdles. So, and I really wanted to come out tonight and have a really good field, which we got. So it was nice to have the girls there and allow me to kind of fight down the straight, which I'm really happy to have that. But yeah.
4 hurdles, Sydney Track Classic.
Yes, definitely hurdles. I don't think I'll do another 4 this season, maybe. But yes, definitely hurdles now.
We can't wait to see you next week. Well done. Congratulations, 400 metre champion.
Thank you. Really excited for next week.
And a big thank you to Jimmy and Sarah Carly. She said it. It was a cracked field for the women's 400, and she emerges on top with a New South Wales championship to add to her already glistening resume. No rest for the wicked, and we are ready for the start list for the men's 400 metre final. Matt Crowe draws the inside lane in number 1 for UTS North. Oliver Mayer of Queensland, the Sunshine State visitor, comes down to see us in 2. Tom Hunt of Norths in 3. Jamie Smith of Illawong in 4. On his outside, Tim Sankey of Sydney University and Terry Fragidakis of Illawong in 6. Jordan Sarmento, one to watch for Wes, runs out in 7. Jai Gillard of the Sunshine State, second Queenslander in this field, runs in 8. And Augustine Nikita Jr. of the ACT runs on the outside of the track to round out a field of 9. One scratching with Matt Crowe on the inside out of the field, but otherwise they're all present and accounted for and called into their blocks now for the men's 400 metres final. So off they go in the second cracking 400 metre final of the night. Pretty quickly away was Jamie Smith of Illawong on the inside, but on the far outside, Jordan Sarmento of West, clearly the quickest away through the first 100 metres, and he's out off and after Nikita Jr. down the back straight. A few of them ranging up here in the middle of the track. Smith, Sinky and Fragidakis in the middle of the track. Sankey going the best of those for the All Whites of Sydney University. But the battle on the outside at the moment is Sarmento now ranges up to Nikita Jr. and goes past him. But look at that stagger. Still 4 or 5 of them in it. The Queenslander Mar on the inside of the track. Sankey in the centre. Sarmento on his outside. The Illawong athlete Fragidakis coming through and splitting the middle of them. And Fragidakis surges late and takes out the men's 400 ahead of Sarmento and then Sankey. Then came Nikita Jr. But well-timed run, 46.60 from Fragidakis down the middle of the track. Timed to perfection. So strong over the last 50 metres. He wasn't the quickest away, but look at him here. Still 2 or 3 metres off them, but parted them like the Red Sea. And Sarmento and Sankey had no response, and by the time they hit the line, Sankey was struggling to stay on his feet. But Terry Fragidakis of Illawong, the famous sprint club, takes out the New South Wales title in 46.60. Confirmation of Sarmento and, Nikita Jr. on the outside. And ready for Jimmy, who's got him down there.
Last 100 metres, I think your first Open title. Huge run, mate.
Thank you very much. That was good. Everything went to as planned. Good conditions tonight. Just wanted to come out here, run the race plan, and feel like I did that. So
47.2 through the heats, a lovely progression down as well. You looked so good in the heats. Was the aim, well, obviously the aim was to win, but did you think you'd go be back quick in the final tonight?
Look, training's been going well, so all my confidence was into that. And going off yesterday, I know it was pretty wet, so I was like, today let's just try and run better than that. And I think we did.
Fantastic, mate. 400-metre champion. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And thanks very much, Jimmy, and for Terry for having a word. Always tough for the 400 boys and girls when they've got the lactic in the legs. So Jimmy will race up and join me again for the 1,500-metre finals, which fancy themselves to be some of the races of the night. And back to the men's javelin with one of the Manly Warringah athletes on the runway there, as we just sort through our start lists here. Might have been Adam Bennett, I think. And here's McIntyre of Sydney University, so we'll try and pick this throw up. He's absolutely the top seed in this event. Cam McIntyre comes in with a seed mark of 81.96. So here's McIntyre on the runway at the far end of the stadium and sends it out well over the national qualification sector line. As you can see there in the red tape. So McIntyre throwing well at the men's jav. They're getting themselves sorted out at the 300 metre mark for the 1500 metre finals, and two cracking races here in the women's and the men's. It's going to be a big field in the women's, which was consolidated into a straight final, unfortunately. And to be perfectly frank, a little disappointing that we had some no-shows that forced that to happen. But the men's semi-finals last night were absolutely stellar. So one of the West athletes here on the runway at the Jav. And all clear there. Okay, so line there at the Jav. That's William Line of Newcastle, the Flyers. Not to be confused with Newcastle Runners. They're just getting organised over at the women's 1500 metre start as well. So welcome Jimmy back upstairs. He's had a dash up after interviewing a couple of handy 400-metre runners.
Yes, very. That was a great run by Terry, wasn't it? 46.58. Very impressive late, and Carly pulled through nicely. Exactly the same time, I think, as the heat. So, yeah, some good 400s and great catching up with both of them.
Absolutely. Parted them like the Red Sea, didn't he, Terry?
Yeah.
In the last 50. Beautifully timed run. Sarmiento went out so quick. And Nikita Jr. on the outside as well. This is a good women's 1,500-metre field. We'll get the start list on screen in a minute, but we'll run through them. In position number 1, Amy Thake. In 2, Sophie Gosha of Sydney University. Ruby McPhillips of Kembla Joggers goes in position number 3. Olivia Civilis of Athletics Wollongong. And on her outside, one of the top seeds from Bankstown and the Limitless Track team, Jayla Hancock-Cameron. Erin Blundell is the first of a Sydney Uni pair with Lillian Bradley in 6 and 7. Ruby Madden of Run Crew on her outside, and Ash Gardner next in the run. Eloise Doherty is scratching, I think, in position number 10, and then Amelia May. And we've got Hargrave's son, Adler Dej, and Scahill. They've just been asked to stand up.
Also had a bit of movement, just keep nice and steady, thank you. On your mark.
So off they go, second time cleanly in the women's 1,500-metre final. Hancock-Cameron, she loves to front run at state level in all these races and even throw it up at the national level. Did a similar thing down in Melbourne when she tried to get on that leading pack, but straight to the front of the field here, as is her wont in these races. And she runs to win and runs to run fast, which is shades of Steve Prefontaine, who became a cult hero for exactly the same reason. Erin Blundell pops into second position behind her, and just sitting next is Ruby Madden of Run Crew. And then comes Amelia May of Nowra as they sort themselves out, and Hancock-Cameron just strings them out along the first lap, Jimmy.
She's a 4.11 athlete, and she's showing why at the moment. This is a great start by Jayla Hancock-Cameron through 348 seconds. Blundell and Madden shoulder to shoulder. Then comes Amelia May and Shane Hargraves, who both of them have really good milers through so far. Ruby Madden just shifts past Erin Blundell's shoulder into second spot, but this is a quick first lap from Jayla Hancock-Cameron. Look at the split on this one, 65-48. So Jayla is not messing about here, front running at its finest.
This is what she does at state championship level. She knows she's the class athlete in the field. She's starting to try and chase the Jess Hulls and Lyndon Halls and Georgia Griffiths of the world at the top open level in this country, and she wants to put her name right into consideration with those as she starts to hunt selection for Australian teams. She was a national junior champion, Youth Olympic silver medalist, and she knows she's the class athlete of this field and running like it. But it's not over yet, only 500 metres in and 100 seconds on the board, and Ruby Madden is second in the run for Run Crew, and Erin Blundell of Sydney University just sitting on her shoulder. Still Amelia May of Nowra fourth, but you can see the lead that Hancock-Cameron has opened up with 800 metres to run as they tick through 157 and remember 65 for the first lap. So we'll see if she's been able to hold the tempo, but clearly her and Onde Kale Music, her coach, have made a decision to try and run fast here tonight at the state championship. Probably made all the easier by not having to run that heat last night and in the straight final. So 65 for the first 400 and then a 70 to take her through 800 and 2:15.
Yeah, probably pretty hard to maintain that early pace, particularly solo by about 40 metres in front of Madden and Blundell. And Amelia May's done very well to tack onto the back of those two. So May puts herself in the hunt for possibly silver if she can continue to pick it up. But Jayla Hancock-Cameron, this is solo running, and it's going to be tough to really run quick from this stage. No one around her at the moment. She's still looking at the watch. That's the K split in about 250, 251. She heads towards the bell, but that battle for silver and bronze between Blundell, Madden and Amelia May, and May actually just shifts around the shoulder of Blundell, is going to be a really, really good battle. Jayla takes the bell in 3:08 though.
So 307, 308 for the bell, and there's a three-way battle going on for second place with Blundell, May and Madden duking it out between them. Blundell now gets to the front of that battle. May and Madden sitting on a shoulder, and Madden now goes around the shoulder to put herself into the silver medal position May going with her as well. They'll come into the back of shot now. And Blundell just starting to fade off the back, but we'll see. She's got a response for Sydney University. But Jayla Hancock-Cameron sits at the front of the field, and what a front-running performance this has been from the Bankstown and Limitless track team athlete. She's cementing herself as a top open contender as we get into the business end of the national domestic season. And don't be surprised to see her chasing Australian teams in the next couple of years. Hancock-Cameron into the straight as we tick through 4 minutes. And for a solo front-running performance, this is going to be a very quick time for a state championship. She did all the work, made every post a winner, and Hancock-Cameron adds another state championship to her resume. 4:17.70. The battle for second is going on behind her, and Amelia May of Nowra is going to take out that silver medal in 4:26 ahead of Ruby Madden of Runcorn, and Erin Blundell will have to settle for fourth, but the top four all in under 4:30 as the rest of the field starts to come across the line now. Amelia's son there, Shane Hargraves, and they're just starting to work that out now. So James is down there, as you can hear in the audio, and he'll be looking for Jayla Hancock-Cameron to have a word with her. Hear the girls congratulating themselves, and Jayla, a class athlete, in amongst that as well. But Jimmy will track her down to have a word, and no doubt ask her about the plans for the season ahead. Over to you, Jimmy. From my perspective at least, we'll pick him up in the stadium as well, so bear with us as Jimmy has a word with Jayla Hancock-Cameron. Another state championship, so just a stadium presentation going on at the medals, but she's well placed for the domestic season ahead. Sydney Track Classic next week. I think she's going to run the 800, but we'll probably hear that directly now. You can see the men sorting themselves out. And we'll go down to Jimmy.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Jayla Hancock-Cameron, winner of the women's 1500 metres, 4:17.70, 65-second first lap, very quick, really went after it.
Yeah, I was trying to hit splits when I went out there, but yeah, I didn't get the time I was hoping for, but still pretty good hit out for the first time I've led in a 1500 in a while, so yeah, pretty happy with it.
Back-to-back Open State Champion now. You're really coming into your open running, starting to look at those girls running that 4:10, 4:12, and towards the Lindens, the Georges, the Jesses. What's the plan for the next, not just this year, but next couple of years as you emerge yourself into an open athlete?
Yeah, well, the first goal is to ideally break 4:10, and then just slowly chunk my way through it. So hopefully I can make one of those Opens teams sometime in the coming years.
Fantastic. Jayla Hancock-Cameron, 1500 metre champion. We're going to see so much of you over the next many, many years. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And thank you, James. Thank you, Jayla. Next on the line is the men's 1500 metre final, and we talked last night about how just absolutely cracking the semi-finals were and how tantalising this race shapes up to be. We'll run through them. Ethan White-Smith, another junior prodigy from Bankstown out of the nation's capital in Canberra, runs in position number 1. Hamish Hart and Stefan Music, two of the 4 Randwick guns that went around the semis last night, all making it through to this final. Ben Bishop for Sydney University next on the list. Inside Harry McGill of Bankstown. Lockie Townsend for Sydney University runs inside Cameron Musgrove of the ACT. Joe Burgess of the All Whites, a steeple specialist, but well accomplished at the metric mile as well. Runs for Sydney University in 8. Luke Young of the Newcastle Runners in position number 9. Drew Fryer, good in the semis last night, goes for Randwick in 10. Connor Whiteley of Sydney University had a fine run at the milers recently and at the 5k champs in 11. And Harm Sharp of Bankstown, the baseball cap on the outside, set to go in what may well be the race of the championship and underway in the men's 1500 metre final. No standout seed here. There's no Ollie Hoare or anyone like that on the start list. But what we do have is a wildly deep and competitive field here in the men's 1500. Luke Young and Drew Fryer straight to the front of the field. Connor Whiteley on their back. So it's Harm Sharp in the baseball cap. And sitting in behind them is Cam Musgrove. He's just getting boxed up in the middle there. Not much racing room for the ACT. Joe Burgess has got 2 Sydney Uni athletes for company, and there's a wall of the All Whites mid-pack. Ethan White-Smith and Harry McGill, training partners down in Canberra. And look at Ethan White-Smith just try to weave his way through the field there for Bankstown. He's a young prodigy and got big raps coming on him out of the nation's capital. Look at him just dart out there and get around them and put himself up into a more prominent position on the shoulder of Luke Young. So they go through up to 400 metres, and then we'll have a look at the split as they go through 4, and it's pretty respectable, 63. And Whiteley finds himself at the front of a very competitive field. And just look at Stefan Music looking to get himself some racing room as well and advance himself up the back straight as they go up for the second time.
Yeah, so Whiteley, this is what he did in the heat last night as well, wasn't it? Ran really well, controlled the race. Luke Young, though, was spectacular in that heat as well. So was White-Smith and Fryer. All the winners of the heats right up there in the early stages of this 1500 metres. And they're strung out close to single file. So pace is being set with a 63 from Connor Whiteley. Luke Young, we've talked about devastating kicks. He certainly has one, and you really won't want him too close to the front in the last 200 metres. He ducks his head, but that's his normal go as Whiteley leads him through with 2 laps to go. White-Smith now goes round the shoulder of Young. That was a telling move just to prop himself back on the heels of the leader.
I wonder if this is the coming out performance we've all been waiting for from White-Smith. There's some very good judges with some very good raps on his ability. Through 800 now in a very quick 2:03. So they've run a second lap off the back of a 63. So they're going around about that 3:45 sort of pace. And Whiteley leads them up the back straight. Luke Young, look at him dipping that head. Stefan Music, we said the same thing at the same point of the heat last night. Looking comfortable there. The Randwick boys working together. Drew Fryer has the inside, and Joe Burgess looked like he was just starting to labour a bit on the outside. He's got Harry McGill in his wake for company, and the long blonde locks of Hamish Hart sitting on the front of Lockie Townsend and Cam Musgrove. But 2 of them have kicked away at the front of the field. Whiteley from Ethan Smith, and then comes Stefan Music and Burgess. McGill in behind them. They're going to hit the bell, and we'll see what they're able to go through at 2:48.
Whiteley leads the 1500 metre championship with 400 metres to go with Ethan White-Smith. Will this be the coming out play for the youngster? It's certainly been the platform for many before him. The 5,000 metre New South Wales champion, he's got a massive engine, will start to rev it with 300 metres to go. White-Smith is staying with him. Look at Music get himself back into the picture. Stefan Music with a lovely timed run, might be putting himself back into the contest here. Joe Burgess trying to go with him, and McGill in 5th at the moment, but 200 metres to go. That gap to Music is starting to stretch again. It still looks like a 2-horse race. Now comes wide is Ethan White-Smith round the shoulder of Connor Whiteley. The 2 Canberrian-based athletes going toe-to-toe with 100 metres to go. Music is looking like the bronze medalist at this stage, but it's Ethan White-Smith and Connor Whiteley. Whiteley's battling on the inside. White-Smith tries to go on the outside again. Both grimacing, both pushing to the line. Whiteley's going to get it. What a run by the All Whites of Sydney University. The 5,000 double for Connor Whiteley. What a breakout season and an exceptional run from Ethan White-Smith. An absolutely superb men's 1500 metre final. Posing for the pictures straight away, as you'd think, with Andrew Heil. What a brilliant race. Both smiling, arm in arm. Absolutely sensational. I'm sure Matt would be keen to catch up with probably both of them as we have a look at the replay. The race of the championships by an absolute country mile. Connor Whiteley, I thought, might get past with 50 to go. You can see White-Smith grimacing, sucking in the big ones. Whiteley just too good in the end. That ranging stride just holding off the Bankstown athlete. Oh, absolutely sensational. Music had an excellent run for bronze as well. Called him with 200 metres to go, just breaking away from Joe Burgess. So Connor Whiteley takes it in one of the best men's 1500 metre finals we've seen in recent times at the open level. 3:46.72. to 3:46.87 from Wyatt Smith. What a great race that was. Stefan Music, 3:48.93. And Matt Whitbread is going to be joined by Whiteley shortly. Just a couple of medal presentations. And I'm sure there's going to be a few breaths to be caught down there. There's Ben Bishop and Lockie Townsend just posing for a photo there as well. They had good runs as well. Good to all 12 to make the final. That was a hard final to make.
Thanks,
and
Jimmy.
We'll go through to Matt Whitbread now with Connor Whiteley.
Thanks, Jimmy. I've got Connor Whiteley, and what a brilliant 1,500 metre final that was. A ding-dong battle with Ethan Wyatt-Smith over the last 400 metres. Connor, you're having a pretty good month, the 5K championship, and now you win a race like that. Talk us through it.
Yeah, look, it was very tough, a little bit slow over that first 200, so I thought, look, let's just go try and run the PB here, see what happens in terms of the race. Took it to the front, was lucky that the screen was on, had a bit of a look with sort of 600 and then 200 to go. Looked like it was just me and Ethan. We've been sort of solving things here and there at training, so it was good to get one over him.
You've had a bit of a breakout season this year across the Miler Series, but also particularly the New South Wales 5K Championships, and now tonight. What's that mean to you first, and what's next for this season?
Yeah, so it was sort of here 12 months ago. I had sort of really breakout. I hadn't really done too much track, but I had a bit of a breakout run here, finishing 5th. I'd been doing a lot of triathlon, but that was sort of the sign that I should take my running a bit more seriously. So yeah, been really working on that hard for the last 12 months, and really paid off.
Well, you've got yourself two of the classic distance New South Wales Championships this season, so stick with the running, give the triathlon away. Congratulations, Connor Whiteley, the New South Wales 1,500 metre champion, and back to you, Jimmy and Dino.
Oh, what an absolute stunning race that was. My goodness, Connor Whiteley and Ethan Wyatt-Smith take a bow. Absolutely brilliant. I'm still trying to catch my breath from that one. Oh, goodness me. Pair of 3:46s. Very close. It must be a PB for Ethan Wyatt-Smith. Very close to a PB for Connor Whiteley as well. There's true hammer and tong stuff there in the last 100 metres. And as Matt said, very much a ding-dong battle. So we're going to...
I don't know if you still got me, Jimmy, on commentary. Can you hear me up there?
Yeah, I've got you, Matt.
Yeah, it was a cracking race, wasn't it? Ethan Wyatt-Smith just really challenged him down the back straight, and you really thought with 200 to go he might run straight past him, and all the raps on him coming out of Canberra seemed to be well justified, and you just know he's waiting for graduation day. But, you know, Connor Whiteley too good, and that strength that he showed winning the 5K championships probably just proved to be the difference in the end.
Well, I think it's just that age gap as well. Like, you think 1 or 2 more years, Ethan Wyatt-Smith will be the best of those two. You'd think in that situation, just the slightly older, more mature legs of Connor Whiteley there. But as you mentioned, Matt, triathlete, like, it's pretty hard to believe he's a distance double champion and a triathlete. Exceptional.
Well, hopefully he takes the distance running a bit more seriously now, right, and makes that the main priority, because he's a bit of talent. I'll tell you what, the one thing that was interesting about that race, though, was that we didn't really have the massive depth in the right up the front of the field. We talked all last night through the semi-finals. We thought there might be a wall of them hitting the line together, but there was a clear 2 breakaways at the front of the field, and they proved their class.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Matt. We're not too far away, I think, now from the women's 100-metre para-ambulant final. So we'll just have a look at the girls here on the start line. And there's 9 in a big field lining up for this race. So let's have a look at the athletes. Lucia Bruce-Gilchrist of Balmain Athletics. She goes in lane number 2. Taylor Doyle, who jumped really well in the para long jump on day 1 yesterday. The T38 athlete. She goes to Girraween in 3. Talaya Blacksmith. Very, very talented athlete, part of that Blacksmith family. Younger brother Carson, also a fantastic athlete. She goes for Sutherland in 4. Sabella Wharton of UTS North goes in 5. Summer Giddings, the multi-talented athlete and singer off the track. She goes to Hills Districts in 6. Tamsin Colley, the Rio Paralympian, the youngest ever Paralympian for Australia on the track. She goes in 7 for the University of New South Wales. Amelia Parnell goes to Coffs Harbour in 8. Lisa Weingartner of Manly Warringah in 9. And Marley Lovell chasing another World Para Championship qualifier here. She goes in the outside lane 10 for UTS North. It's a great field here for the women's 100-metre para-ambulant final. So just getting their blocks in place. Almost ready for a start. We'll have the men's 100-metre para final after them as well, featuring Evan O'Hanlon, the Tokyo Paralympian, Commonwealth Games gold medalist, T38 athlete, an absolute stalwart of men's para-athletics sprinting in this country. He's 34 years old now, and he is a gold medalist at the Paralympics as well. Won the gold in the T38 100 metres in the 2008 Paralympics in Beijing. A superb athlete. He's going in the race next, but let's have a look at the ladies first. So away we go. Talaya Blacksmith off to an absolute flyer for Sutherland Districts. Look at her go, opening up the gap on the rest of the field, and she is streaking towards the line. This is going to be a super quick time, 12:98. She runs. Lisa Weingartner second across the line, and a wall of athletes behind her. Marley Lovell was up there, I think with Taylor Doyle of Girrawheen, but how about that? A sub-13 for Talaya Blacksmith, the T20 athlete from Southern. Absolutely exceptional. She's only 15 years old, turning 16 this year, off to the Virtuous Games later this year, and look at the speed. Absolutely brilliant. Also going really well, Sabella Wharton of UTS North. So it was very close between her, Lovell, and Taylor Doyle for that third across the line, but Talaya Blacksmith in a race of her own there. Of course, different classifications here. As you can see, it's really close between those three. It was Lovell, then Wharton, then Dale, taking in that order. Of course, all the different classifications, they'll need to get their times as a percentage. But Matt Whitbread has caught up with the sub-13 athlete, Talaya Blacksmith. And it's not going to be too far away from an interview there. Just getting sorted out. See Evan O'Hanlon doing his final strides here in lane number 5 for the men's 100-metre para-ambulant event. So we'll throw down to Matt Whitbread, who's with Talaya.
Thanks, Jimmy. We're with Talaya Blacksmith, who has just run sub-13 to be first across the line in the women's para 100 metres. Talk us through the race itself. Are you happy with the run to get under 13?
Yeah, very much. And it was good to run with everyone else and my friends.
You're off to a pretty major championship in France this year as well. Tell us a little bit about that.
It's actually pretty nerve-wracking, but it's amazing to go out of Australia and meeting new people.
And what's next for you this domestic season? You've obviously competed here at the state championships. What's next on the agenda for you?
I'm just going to continue doing athletics, probably with the 400 as well.
Well, congratulations, a 100-metre win tonight. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jimmy. Back to you and Dino.
Yeah, Matt Whitbread and Talaya Blacksmith. What an absolute star in the making there. Very, very good running indeed. We can't wait to bring all the results from the Virtuous Games as well in France. That's seeming like a really, really exciting international para competition. But onto the men we go now. And Evan O'Hanlon, the multi-time Paralympian, will feature in this next race in lane 5. Can't wait to see what he can clock here. Jalen Martin will join him in lane 2 for Hills Districts. Then comes James Torrado of the University of New South Wales in 3. Jackson Love, the T35 athlete, goes to Manly Warringah in 4. Evan O'Hanlon, the independent athlete, in 5. Also featured in that Maury Plant meet as well in Melbourne. A superb, superb athlete. Leighton Lloyd, another great athlete from up north, and Macquarie Hunter, he goes in 6. Philip Nwusu of Illawong goes in lane number 7. Zane Newton of Hills Districts goes in 8. Blake Carr of Macquarie Hunter, he goes in 9. And Bradley Bloom, who we saw in the para javelin event a little bit earlier on, takes on the 100 metres in 10. So Evan O'Hanlon just getting himself psyched up here. He's a superb athlete, been around a long time, a big proponent of para-athletics in this country. 34 years of age now. Also compared, I think, as a bobsleigh pilot as well in the Winter Olympics. So he's very, very talented, a very ambitious man, and he's an absolute star in our sport. Can't wait to see him go around. It's great to see him at the New South Wales Championships, getting himself fired up. Had a good run at the Moree plant meet as well. So all eyes on lane 5 here. Evan O'Hanlon joins us. Away cleanly. O'Hanlon gets off to a great start. Toronto's trying to go with him. So is Leighton Lloyd. So the youngsters try and match it with Evan O'Hanlon, the stalwart. Toronto's the best of them, but Evan O'Hanlon streaking towards the line. 11.50 he crosses. Toronto second across the line. Leighton Lloyd third across the line. But another sensational run from Evan O'Hanlon, the T38 athlete. James Toronto, the T13 athlete, and Leighton Lloyd, the T20 athlete. All three different classifications. But there he is on screen. Evan O'Hanlon with the Australia tights on, the half tights, looking very, very fit, and his domestic season continues in an upward trajectory. His PB from a while back is 10.79. He was the fastest Australian Paralympian ever at that stage. I think Chad Harris might have gone past that time now. But Matt Whitbread is going to be catching up shortly with one of the true heroes of para-athletics in Australia. Been around a long, long time, 15 plus years at the highest international level. As you can see, the able-bodied gents making their way down. There's Josh as a party, just sauntering down towards the start line. So Matt Whitbread is going to be catching up with Evan O'Hanlon now, and we'll throw down to him.
Thanks, Jimmy. And Evan O'Hanlon here, the winner, first across the line, at least in the para 100 metres. 11.50, we managed to organise a little tailwind for you, but talk us through the race itself.
Yeah, I didn't have the best of starts. It's kind of a bit of a trend for me at the moment. I tripped a little bit, and looking for 11.45 for the B qualifier for Worlds, so that's pretty devastating, I guess.
Well, there's got to be another opportunity, I imagine, this domestic season. What's next on the agenda for you?
I'm not really sure. Probably need to go away and do some racing to get some confidence, but I'll go up to Brisbane and run the track classic up there. We've got a para event on, and then go to nationals.
Well, you're no stranger of making it at the top international level, mate, so all the best for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident with my performance when we get to World Champs. I just need to do a performance to get there in the first place.
Well, you've got a big crowd of people here behind you. Ladies and gentlemen, Evan O'Hanlon, the winner of the 100-metre men's para event, and we're ready for the big dogs in the women's and the men's hundreds.
Oh, here we go. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to very quickly look at the semi-finals here. Just to give an indications who is going in favourites for this one. Bronte Carroll was superb in heat number 1 as she took that one out just in front of Katie Smee, who had an excellent run for Maitland. We'll head to semi-final 2. And Tamara Houghton was superb. She went one better than the Bronte Carroll. 11.80 she ran in semi-final number 2. Bronte Pickering was very good in that one as well. 11.88 for her. And then we moved on to semi-final number 3. And this was the best of them, because the best of the athletes was in this one. Look at Monique Quirk alongside her fellow New South Wales champion from that incredible dead heat last year, but she put them to the sword early and surged on by actually pulled up at 11.71. Goes in favourite to this women's 100-metre open final. Strap yourselves in. This will be an absolute cracker. Kaisha Priacek of UTS North, a fantastic athlete. She goes in 1. Kelly McAndrew from the Central Coast of Mangara goes in 2. Jess Lawrence out of Campbelltown in 3. Then comes Monique Quirk, the first of the 2 joint champions of Illawong, goes in favourite in 4. Bronte Carroll had an excellent run in the semi. She goes for Mangara in 5. Tamara Houghton, maybe Quirk's biggest rival here, of Queensland, goes in 6. Katie Smee of Maitland, what can she do in 7? Bronte Pickering of UTS North in 8. And Olivia Rose-Inkster, the second of the champs, in 9. What a women's final we have. A lot of races, high velocities, interclubs, relays and the like have built up to this moment. This is the 2023 Women's 100-Man New South Wales Championship. Away cleanly, Quirk gets off to another flyer. Houghton try and match it with her. Inksters try and go, but not at the moment. Houghton can't match it with Quirk. Quirk is starting to pull away. Quirk's going to take out the title. What's the time on the clock? 11.73. Monique Quirk defends her New South Wales title. She will not be sharing it with anyone this year. She was the favourite going into the race. She is the outright champion going out of the race, and really, apart from Houghton early on, no one matched it with Monique Quirk. I think Katie Smee has run an absolute blinder to take silver for Maitland. That's a massive coming out if she's managed to get that. It was very close between Bronte Carroll as well for the bronze medal, and possibly Jess Lawrence. We'll have a look at the replay, but there is your champion on screen from Illawong. Monique Quirk, absolutely no doubt about it, just a class above. It was really, the scene was set really in the semi-final where she just broke away from a class field, including her fellow champion in Olivia Inkster, as we turn to some of the official results. And Monique Quirk has won the title in 11.71. Katie Smee does get the silver medal for Maitland as we have a look at the replay, and Bronte Carroll is going to get the New South Wales bronze, with Tamara Houghton getting a commemorative bronze medal. So Katie Smee, a sensational run for silver. Look at her in lane number 7. Didn't get the greatest of starts. Massive amount of work to do from this point. Gets over the top of Carroll, gets over the top of Houghton. Quirk is out in the way, but Katie Smee, absolutely brilliant for Maitland in silver, and Carroll wedged herself in between the rest of the field for the bronze medal. A stunning women's 100-metre final once again. We're going to throw down the Matt Whitbread with Monique.
Thanks, Jimmy. I've got Monique Quirk, the women's 100-metre champion for 2023. Monique, you don't have to share it with anyone this year.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. I didn't know how I was going to perform this year, so it's just a win.
In the semi-final, you obviously drew Inkster next to you in the semi, and we were all really interested in how that race would go out. It was advantage you coming into the final. How much confidence did you carry into the final?
She's a really good athlete to compete against. Don't get me wrong, we've had a battle all last season, but coming up today, I felt confident in what I can do, so yeah.
And talk us through the rest of the season ahead. Obviously, the business end at Nationals in Brisbane, but what's the plan to get there?
Just run.
And your next meet?
I'm not quite sure yet. We'll have to see.
Well, you've got a big crowd of people here behind you. Ladies and gentlemen, Monique Quirk, the New South Wales champion at the 100 metres for 2023. Back to you, Jimmy.
Well, thanks, Matt Whitbread. So we move on to the Code Blue Ribbon event of these championships, and I reckon that man there, Carl Curry-Ewings, might be a little smoky here to make some inroads in this men's final. Josh Azzopardi has to go in favour. Look at his semi here, up against the whiz kid in Sebastian Sultana from 30 metres onwards. He is going to take some beating here tonight, the Camden athlete. But Seb Sultana was not 100% in that semi-final as well. He is, well, both of them are something very special, and we cannot wait to see this matchup. And Dudu Kamara, don't count him out, with Connor Bond as well. All the big guns are there, all the contenders, and all the hype is coming down to this moment in the men's 100-metre final for 2023. The defending champion, Will Roberts, is not with us defending tonight. It's a fresh 9 up here. And let's go through the field. Mitch O'Neill of Athletics Wollongong goes in lane number 1. Jackson Rowe, one of those 2 superstars from Campbelltown, he goes in lane number 2. Leonard King of the University of New South Wales in 3. Josh Azzopardi goes in favourite, the national silver medalist. Nice and calm he looks. He ran 10.3 to get through, the quickest qualifier. He goes in 4. Ishmael Dudu Kamara, 10.26 man from Sierra Leone and West Track and Field, goes in 5. Seb Sultana, the fastest junior in Australia last year, and one of the fastest athletes we have ever seen at his age anywhere. 10.27 he runs. He is turning 18 this year. He is incredible. He goes in 6. Carl Curry-Ewings, we've talked about him through the heats. We talked about him through the semis. He looks the pick of the athletes. Can he get himself onto the podium this year? He goes in 7. Nick Andrews, the cool man with the shades, How does he go on the flat? He goes in 8, and the 10-3-0 man, the World Junior semi-finalist, Connor Bond, in 9. What a field we have in front of us for the last event, the co-marquee event of the night.
Yeah, we said in the women's it was advantage Quirk after the semi-finals, and so it proved to be in the final. In the men's, we said it was advantage as a party, didn't we? And let's see if the boys can follow suit. Just a couple of medal presentations in the stadium, so we'll hold this 100 final. But Jimmy, she was dominant, wasn't she, Quirk? There was no questions asked.
Race of her own, really, from halfway down. Houghton was there early. I thought Katie Smee was brilliant. I didn't actually pick that up in the call, but she surged at the end to get over not only the top of Carroll, her fellow New South Wales rival, but also Houghton, which is a huge win. 11.63 athlete. To get up over her is just a cracking run from Katie Smee. I'm sure she'll be absolutely thrilled with that.
I saw it. I was actually down trackside waiting to interview Monique, and when the result came up that Katie had run second, she was absolutely up and about. Guttural roar, I'd describe it as.
Oh, that's great.
So she was a happy camper, and big things ahead for her this season as well.
How about the regional athletes? Maitland and Mingara going silver and bronze. Brilliant stuff. There's a good stable up there. Kelly McAndrew was in that final as well. So some really good things happening up north of Sydney.
So they'll be introduced to the crowd now in the men's 100 final, the blue ribbon event of any championships, along with the women's 100. And I think Jimmy and I'd probably throw the 15s in there, and they haven't disappointed tonight either. Tell you what, that's going to go in our memories for a while, the Connor Whiteley, Ethan White-Smith battle. What a race. And a great call, if I can be so bold to give you that compliment, Jimmy, down the straight. There's some big raps on young Ethan coming out of Canberra, and they appear to be well justified. Just 19.
Couple of handy youngsters coming out of Canberra at the moment, aren't there?
Well, yeah, not for the first time in history either, right? Wow. It's a running nirvana down there, but not many sprinters come out of Canberra. A lot of them go there to run fast at the AIS. There's the man on screen as a party being introduced to the crowd.
He's up for it, isn't he? Pumping the chest. He's up for this. He knows that he's coming in favourite to this one.
Watch the man outside him, though, as well, because he looked very, very good in the semi-finals, and there's 3 or 4 chances here. Corey Ewings, look at Nick Andrews there, about to pull the shades down and get down to business.
Don't count out Connor Bond on the outside as well. I know he's got the lane 9 draw, but he was superb in the heat as well, right with Ishmael, wasn't he?
Always is in the 100, but the start's going to be so important here. You'd expect as a party just to get out a little bit quicker than Duda Kamara if the form through the heats and the semis is anything to go by, and Duda Kamara just a little bit taller as well. But once he gets into that drive phase and up into the middle part of the race at the maximum velocity, he'll be right in it. But here we go, last race of Super Saturday at the Track and Field Championships. Jimmy, I'll see you down trackside to wrap it up after the men's 100.
Away, Dudu Kamara gets a pretty good start. Sultan's matching it with him. As a party, can he make what he... Oh, Kamara pulls up. As a party's away. As a party's going to take the championship. 10.30 for Josh As a party with a plus 0.4. So Dudu Kamara unfortunately pulls up, and the race was blown right open. I was about to say Dudu Kamara looked like he might just pull away, but As a party gets it. And a great time put on the board from him. So close between Sultana and Kuri Ewings. 10.28 for Josh Azzopardi. 300s outside his PB. As photo finishes, having a look at this silver medal. It was so tight between Sebastian Sultana and Kuri Ewings on screen. Let's have a look at the replay and see if we can decipher it ourselves. So it was a good start across the board. Everyone got off to a good start. Duda Kumar up until this point, I thought might just start to pull away, and unfortunately he pulled up. Azzopardi was off to the races. No one was catching him from this point. Here comes Kuri Ewings and the junior Sebastian Sultana. There is nothing in this at all. That could very well No, they've split them. Sultana gets the silver. Curry Ewing's the bronze. What a race between those two. The junior gets up for the Open silver medal, and the informed man through the first 2 rounds ends up with a very, very well-deserved bronze. So Kamara just getting attended to there just on the track, but Matt Whitbread is going to be joined by Josh Azzopardi.
Thanks, Jimmy. We'll just wait for a medal presentation here in the stadium, see if they can pick us up in a moment. But if you can bear with us, it was a fantastic performance, and just conscious of Duda Kamara getting some medical attention behind us as well. But if they're ready for us in the stadium, and they are, ladies and gentlemen, Josh Azzopardi, the New South Wales 100-metre champion for 2023, mate. 10:30, and we managed to organise a little tailwind for you. That's a pretty good way to get into the season.
Yeah, mate, it's been a pretty up and down season. But it's good to come out and run back into the 10.2s after a month not running 10.2. So, it was awesome out here tonight. The vibes was up. But yeah, just stoked.
Through the run, it was you and Duda Kamara, which was the same as the semi-final. I know it's sad to see him have gone down there, but a word for your competitor?
Yeah, no, just, I love Ishmael. He was pushing me to the line then. He was really in the mix. But yeah, no, it's hopefully quick recovery for him, so I want to see him back out here.
There was a pretty good race in behind you as well. Seb Sultana, I think, has managed to get up to the silver medal by an absolute whisker. They managed to separate them in photo. Yeah. There was a pretty deep field out there for 100.
Yeah, no, Athletics New South Wales sprinters are turning up this season, and it's really good to see. A 17-year-old come second in the Opens final. Couldn't be more happy for the bloke. He trains hard, and they've got a good crew out there at Campbelltown, so yeah.
Well, mate, what's next for the season ahead? Because obviously all roads lead to Bris Vegas for the Nationals, but what's on the agenda between now and then?
So next weekend is Sydney Track Classic, so hope to see a bit more people out there next week, but try and rock up and do my best again, so yeah.
Thanks very much, Josh. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Josh Azzopardi, the 100-metre champion for 2023, and just a round of applause for Ishmael Duda Kamara as well, who's pulled up in that 100-metre final. Thanks for the guys up in the stadium. On the stream, I'm going to bring in James Constantine just as soon as he's done giving Josh a cuddle. Jimmy, what a night it's been here at the New South Wales Championships. That was something pretty special in that 100-metre final. Thoughts with Ishmael for a quick recovery, and also Jasmine Guthrie in the women's 400 metres. Unfortunately, we've seen 2 top athletes pull up with what we suspect are hamstrings tonight. But putting that to one side, pretty good Super Saturday here.
Amazing Super Saturday. It was really headlined by that men's 15. What a race that was down the line. But stoked for Josh, 10.28 this early in the season. To back up as 10.25 as well.
I think I'll just give you that one, mate. Keep going on that one.
there we go. Sorry. So 10.28 for Josh. It's still early in the season. He's putting 10.25, 10.28 on the board. Has to go into Sydney Track Classic next weekend with a lot of momentum, and of course moving on to the big show at Nationals. He's going to be right up there for another medal.
The 1500s were crackers as well. We had Jayla Hancock-Cameron in the women's, who absolutely went bullet a gate at the start and managed to hold it for a pretty impressive front-running solo performance. But, mate, you got to call the last lap. That men's race, Connor Whiteley and Ethan White-Smith.
It's just absolutely superb. It's all you dream of for a championship final, and just absolutely delivered. I thought that Ethan White-Smith just had the step, but Whiteley, it's hard to battle back on the inside rail, and he did so well. That young guy can run, though. He's going to be a lot of championship racing for him moving forwards.
The 400s were handy as well. Terry's run up the centre here to part Jordan Sarmento on his outside, and then Sarah Carley in the women's race as well. Big things coming for her over the sticks, but they were 2 pretty handy flat races as well.
Yeah, I thought Terry was actually probably the pick of the 2. I think that was very close to a PB, and he might have just run himself into a race with Fred Curley next weekend. So watch this space with the second and third round of announcements, but that's runs on the board right there, and he's earned himself a lane most likely.
Absolutely. Now, it's not all about tonight. It was a Super Saturday and capped off nicely with those 100 metres, but these championships continue into the third day tomorrow on Sunday, and we've got a nice little preview of some things to come in those 800 heats as well.
Absolutely. How good was Luke Boyes in that heat? I said he probably goes in favourite on paper, and I think coming out of those heats, he probably still has to stay favourite. There was a 52.4 lap, really set up for him. I thought that some of the other guys as well. If you can just remind me who else there were. It's going to be a great race, right? The men's 8 is always a great championship race. If it's anything like the 1500, we're in for a cracking Sunday once again.
And the women's as well. I think headlined by Laura Roff and Georgia Wassell, who drew the same semi-final, which was great because we got to see a bit of an appetiser for what's to come tomorrow night. We know that both of those athletes at their best are absolute top echelon athletes, national champion and Australian representative.
Oh, absolutely. And like I said on the call, Laura Roff, I haven't seen her run that well for quite a number of years. We know that Wassell's battled with injury for quite a few years as well. So to have both those ladies go shoulder to shoulder in 206, 207 is just, it's great for New South Wales distance running. It gives the girls behind them someone to chase as well.
Absolutely. Join us tomorrow for the third and final day of the New South Wales Track and Field Championships for 2023. If you haven't already, make sure you've bought your tickets for the Sydney Track Classic to be held at this track next Saturday night. But for Jimmy and I, Super Saturday lived up to its name here at SOPAC. It's been a fantastic Saturday at the State Championships, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, mate.